we are good to go.
Good to go.
All right. Well, been a little bit since we've seen each other, so let's try to get stuff going. So for recap, I do want to do kind of the normal where did we start last time, but the plan is to, at the end of recap, go over stuff from the vision, questions, clarity, things like that. So anything, normal vision stuff, when you have questions or whatever, please feel free to ask for clarification. I mean, obviously there's some things I won't tell you, but I want to make sure that the vision is as clear as possible. So that's going to be where we're going to start. Where did we begin session last time?
Were we in the middle of fighting?
Yeah, I think we just started fighting the dark light, right?
Yeah, I think last time you guys had started fighting the dark light, and then it was time to, take out the dark light and then deal with the next part. Sorry, hang on. I'm pulling back up these things as I had archived them. This room.
Yeah, we had stopped one turn into the dark light fight, I believe.
Yes, because the dark light had attempted to try to control Drock's brain, and that did not work out in his favor. Because he got a 404, and then it was really confusing. So you guys fought the dark light. Anything that you guys want to say, bring up in recap, do stuff for this room before we go to the next thing after the fight with the dark light and the stuff in this room?
We attempted to move the pillars to see what the runes were, but it was basically going to be too much effort to be bothered.
Well, mostly it's just because of the size and age of things, it's kind of physically impossible for you. But we did take some, one got some recordings or messages or, that's not what I'm going for, etchings. Wrong there.
Yep.
There's a special name for it. Rubbings. There we go.
Rubbings, yeah.
Rubbings of the runes and things to take with. And then you guys headed down into the darkness. Whoa, hey, I clicked off of the game. Headed down into the darkness to go and deal with the viewpoint character from your vision. One of the Kuatoa. And so we had a big fight in this room with the Kuatoa. Somebody walked in, pulled down their pants, whipped something out, slapped the guy across the face with it, and said, "Hey, my God, your God is weak and puny." And that turned out very well for him. Morin did not have a problem with that encounter at all.
He did turn out to be weak and puny.
Unfortunately, so did you.
One of us will still be walking at the end of this encounter.
So is there anything that you guys wanted to do as far as the encounter is concerned that is important for recap purposes, other than obviously Morin died?
Well, he had his weird stone that he was manipulating that seemed very powerful, but he kind of didn't understand how to use it. And so I picked it up after the battle, and I got a vision of a crazy purple city.
Not as in depth as the other vision stuff, just like an image.
Mm-hmm. And it also sort of seemed to repel being understood, like other magical items. You can kind of understand them after a while, but this sort of resisted.
Correct. And then you guys had the bit of time after the fight trying to deal with the God Egg. What's the deal with the God Egg? What did you guys find out? What are you guys trying to do with it?
At the moment, we're just trying to get it to the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't the first option. Option A was not take it to the surface. Option A was
destroy it.
Well, like during the battle, we had tried to attack it, and we seemed unable to. And I think Philly tried to commune with it. Is that right?
I think I just tried to like, yeah, I guess commune is the word. Just talk or like, I don't know, put my hand on it.
We've been unable to do anything with it. So we landed on just take it with us and deal with it later.
So took it with you, going and taking the shaft, this huge vortex of air that's pulling all the water, pushing all the water up to the surface, and you guys were able to make it back to the ship with the group somewhat intact, and the god egg now with you all. And one question I do have to ask is is there anything else that you guys feel is important to bring up before we get to the vision? Because we sort of ended last session at, you guys did some investigation around the room, then decided to leave with the god egg and with the orb in your possession to go back to the ship. Was there anything that you guys think is important to bring up before we go over the vision and then jump back into kind of the Well, that's a whole lot of nobody saying anything. So let's move on to the vision. So hopefully people had a chance to watch it or read it or whatever way they so choose to interact with it. And yeah, can give me kind of questions and things that people have. Like, what do you want to ask about this? What is unclear that I can try to clear up, or questions you have about what's going on with the vision?
Wasn't there like the obelisk thing in the middle? Is it when she walks in? It's like people don't notice her, right? Isn't there like a thing in Harry Potter like that? Like the
I don't know.
The room of requirement or whatever, no one notices it.
I'm more thinking Doctor Who, where there's like rooms that people just kind of like glance over and don't realize are there until they focus on them.
Yeah, it's more that it's not that you're invisible when you're right at the base of the obelisk. It's more that it's fairly difficult to focus on anyone who's there. It obscures people's ability to perceive the people that are there. It doesn't actually make them invisible.
Gary, I know that you have the video and you have like the Google Doc with the text. But can you put the actual vision in the shared visions document?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
What was the name of the city where this took place?
Silver
something?
Spire.
Silver Spire.
Where is that?
It is in the Astral Sea, and I was gonna say I think it's on your map, but then the DM is not actually sure that that's correct. So let me make sure that I'm like 90% sure it is on your map, but
You mean the planar map?
yes,
Okay.
I think Silver Spire is on the planar map. It is.
It is.
Where's that pinned again?
So if you go to Prosperity, you can click on the reach map, and it's right below it.
Oh, okay.
So Silver Spire is actually not in the Astral Sea. I said it incorrectly. It's on the Prime Material Plane.
Oh.
Just way out in space.
Out in space.
Or in the dark, if you will.
Okay, so on the prime material plane, there is a planet that we live on.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of that planet?
Nah.
Okay, cool.
Your characters do not have that concept.
But
I have an answer. Your characters don't know.
And so, but you're saying this to me, so I know, I guess, that there are other planets, and on one
Correct.
of those other
That's not what he didn't say that.
He did. He said he's telling me information, so it must be stuff that I know.
It is out in space. It is not necessarily on a planet.
Okay, so I know that on my plane there are other locations out in space. One of them is Silver Spire.
Correct.
Okay. But I don't have a concept for my location in space.
You don't have a concept for the world as an entire entity, because that's not something that is a big thing. Like, for example, like the Earth, right? So people did not have a concept of Earth being the name of the planet. The Earth is just the ground.
Mhm.
And that's kind of where you guys are right now.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
I mean, I guess I feel like because people didn't have a sense of there being other places, like once there's a sense of other places, you wonder what your
Yeah.
place is called.
I think you guys are basically at that point of asking the question of what is the name of the world that we're on.
Okay. So, like, am I as a character aware that there are other planets? No.
No. The
So-
the conceptualization that you guys would have at the moment is that outside of the world, there are two things. There are things that are out in the dark, out in space, that are also on the prime, and then there's other planes. Beyond that, there's not a lot of conceptualization of what else is out there.
Okay. And do I have a conceptualization of like how I would get there? Like, do I think to myself I would fly there on a spaceship?
Probably more along lines of spinning places. I mean, character-wise, you guys are still in the sort of headspace of any sort of long distance thing is something that you would normally spin to. Now, you guys have a ship that can transport, but what I would sort of think of it as is your characters probably conceptualize it as like this is just like the ship can spin someplace.
Okay.
And there is a sense of, because very long distances in this universe are normally assumed to be something that they're teleported through, the general people don't have a good conceptualization of space in some instances, because any distance that gets really big isn't something that gets talked about a lot, just because normally you would teleport there instead. So the conceptualization of like, oh, I can, like sailing across the Atlantic, for example, right? That it would take 3 months or something back in the like age of sail, that gave the world a sense of scale.
Mhm.
This world, and from your guys' perspective, doesn't have that same sort of innate feeling of scale because teleportation exists.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Totally. Okay.
Like our character's adventure would have been totally different if we had not gotten the ship.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
by the same token of like you kind of hit the nail on the head when you say, would my character think about, oh, I'm going to go into space, I'm going to get on a spaceship and go there? That's what we would think of in our world. But in this world, they don't think about it like that. They would think I would have to go to a spin disk and find the disk coordinates for whatever this is to be able to go there.
Okay. So will my character have familiarity with this city or have heard of anyone spinning there, or like is this a common place to spin to?
So no. You guys have awareness of it from the map. So if you get the vision and then you have access to the map, you can pretty easily put 2 and 2 together. Silver Spire is not a commonly well-known place, and I did do a couple of checks when I did the initial vision stuff, and none of your characters would have had access to any of the things that would let them know about what Silver Spire is.
Okay.
Good questions, by the way.
Thank you.
I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about frame of reference for the characters.
I know.
Do you have a photo of the monster?
Yeah, sort of. Do I have one that I like? No. If I was able to generate or find an image that I really liked for it, I would have just put it in the chat. or in the vision video.
Mhm.
Any other questions about the vision?
Would Morin know, or would any of the people that have had dealings with vampires in the party know, like, what the hunger is?
So
Because that,
I'm
am I
gonna
correct in assuming that that is like kind of the source of this vampire researcher's
I'm gonna put
endurance?
that to the group before I answer, because the group
Okay.
has had some interaction with this before. So specifically, Filibuster and well, I guess it was everybody but Griffin and Morin, or Griffin and Morin, when you guys had to deal with not on
Marie,
Marie. Yes.
when we had that fight where she was like holding off the whatever it was with her wolves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess like my feeling of it is like it's them just drawing on their vampire powers and it makes them kind of feral the more that they draw on them.
Yes. So there is this sort of bestial type thing. The power which in the vision the character refers to as the hunger. A couple people in the group have been around vampires enough to kind of know that there is some sort of connection there, that when they draw on their power, it affects them. And when there was the big fight with Marie, afterwards she acted very differently because she drew very deeply on her powers.
Mhm. Is vampirism like inherently tied to primal energy? Like, is that known?
Vampirism is tied to shadow energy, so it is a different power source.
Okay.
There is the representation of the 3 types of energy in the Desong family.
Mm.
We've talked about that. Like Ferno is the nature guy.
Mm.
And in the Malediction Desong, there's the 3 different types of energy. That's how they
Oh
sort of
yeah,
cast it.
I forgot
On
about that.
specifically can use multiple types of energy.
Mhm.
And then go
Okay.
ahead. Oh, I was gonna say the woman in the vision is controlled by On, or was I not reading that correctly?
Because that's a question for you guys. Like, how I don't have a problem answering the question. I do want to know how much of this came across, because it is a very weird perspective thing of what's actually happening in the vision.
I mean, it seemed like the POV character and asked on for help, and so on like entered her mind and used her as like a conduit for her powers.
Correct.
That
Yeah.
was how I took it.
So basically, there's something happening in the world. She retreats inside of her mind because she thinks she's going to die. She sends out this signal asking for help, a request for aid. On gets there, and they have this sort of conversation back and forth. And then she does something. Oh, the viewpoint character, you guys might realize that the viewpoint character's assumptions in some instances are probably a bit off. Like, you all know, if you get to the part where On is talking about like what is a god, like what makes people worthy to be a god,
Mm-hmm.
the viewpoint character doesn't understand that conversation at all. You guys have more information than she does about why On is kind of talking like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kind of deal happens. She gives up stuff, and then On fully kind of comes into her and takes over her in order to fight around the obelisk.
Which was extremely badass, by the way.
Good. I hope so, because
I
On
am.
is pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm much more afraid of On now. I was already pretty afraid.
Do we know who the Night King is?
Ooh, I did not do rolls and stuff for that. Let me check.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
is Jon
certain that
Snow's enemy.
right. I'm certain that Morin doesn't know.
Well, we know that she was kind of in a dispute with another vampire faction, so I just assumed it was like the leader of that vampire family.
So you guys don't have any specific information about the Night King, but you do know that during the sort of declaration of either the seceding of the Desang from the Vampire Nation or declaring war on the Vampire Nation, that there was some sort of like greater organization that she was talking to, and it's a pretty reasonable assumption to assume that either the Night King is the head of the organization or is the head of one of the other families, because in the Desang family, she's referred to as the queen. Like, she doesn't say this, but she herself does not say this very often, but people who are below her often refer to her as Queen Anne. So it is reasonable to assume the Night King is either someone who's the head of the courts or is a head of one of the other courts.
So it's kind of like the Fae Court stuff with like Oberon and Titania.
Sort of. But yeah, I don't think your characters have any specific knowledge of who the Night King is. Any other questions?
The creatures that come off of the obelisk,
Mhm.
are they formed by the runes that she was translating, or are they like different markings on the obelisk?
So they look like they came out of it. Like they treated the obelisk like a portal.
Okay.
So the obelisk was this very solid thing, and then the surface of it goes very like highly reflective, kind of almost like water, and then they kind of meld out of it and form out of the obelisk.
Okay.
So it was only the night before, for the first time, that the obelisk projected Forerunner and was it deep speech
Mm-hmm.
on its surface? Okay.
And in world, you guys realize why that's so important for our researcher point of view character, right?
Because
It's like
nobody
the
can read
Rosetta Stone.
Forerunner. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like nobody can translate this stuff, and if this is a Rosetta Stone, it's insanely valuable.
Yeah. So, just putting this out there to the party, we literally have one of those opportunities to go back in time and invest in the internet.
Al
Yeah.
Gore. We can go talk to him.
We should invest in what? Those companies that make those little books, translation books for rituals.
Mhm.
Tap up all those.
Ooh, I got it. I got it.
Nice. Well, if nobody else has other questions about the vision stuff, I do want to go ahead and get into what would have happened kind of as you guys came out, and then start doing a discussion about where we're going next. So is everybody game with moving on to the next sort of section?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So as you guys come out of the top of the sort of swirling vortex that was created, it is off to one side, so it's behind one of the bigger buildings. And you guys, it is a little bit of a swim to get from the place that you exited the temple to back where the ship is, but not enough to be.
I thought Griffle had commanded the ship to come closer.
That's right. So yes, so Griffel would have commanded the ship to come directly above. So yeah, so you just go up the water column and you make it to the ship. So as you are coming up to it, Griffel, the ship sends you back, or Plucky gives you this warning that a planar anomaly is approaching the ship.
Identify.
So it sends you back a kind of intense look of through the beacon, where you don't think the beacon can kind of sense this from a long way away, but as you guys are getting close to the ship is recognizing the egg as a planar anomaly.
Mm.
I will relay this to my captains.
Is this? Should we share the egg with On?
I was thinking that if she wants to become a god and we have a god egg, maybe we should let her in on it.
Well, it's a god egg for a primitive fishman. Is it a god egg?
Maybe she can manipulate it. I don't know. If we go and tell her we had a god egg and just destroyed it without telling you anything about it, she might, get mad at us.
Hmm. Do you think she's going to be a benevolent overlord or regular?
As long as we're not on her bad side.
There's a lot of instances in the world where that could be a questionable statement.
I would say most of them in regards to the word overlord.
Has a certain ring to it.
Are we high-level bureaucrats or low-level bureaucrats in this situation?
I mean, we won't be able to lie to her no matter what.
True.
We can't just say, "Oh, we didn't find it," after we send it to the sun. So for our own personal safety, we either don't interact with her anymore, or we share it with her.
I mean, I didn't get the sense
If we
that.
don't interact with her, we're basically just saying like we're guilty. Like
Yeah. But also, I didn't get the sense that this egg would make you a god. I thought it was going to become a god. Am I misinterpreting that?
Well, I think the dark lights from the eyes of the small fish man that I will never remember the name of, that the dark light is a quote unquote god.
Right. Like, I don't think that this egg can make her a god.
Yeah, so they revere the dark lights, and it believes that this will become a dark light. So it's more like a god in the making, but not turning someone else into a god. Just it's sort of larval form.
Right. Like, if anything was a god egg, it might have been Clotho.
Still don't think it hurts to tell her. There's obviously a lot of power here, and if she can manipulate that, then let her.
Mhm. Yeah. I think it's fine to say, hey, we found your god egg.
And she's like, "Well, you think it's okay for her to be like, you're an idiot?"
Yeah.
I don't know if she'll like that either.
I would more just say, we found this, we're going to destroy it, unless you want us to keep it.
Isn't she busy right now?
Is she
Clearly.
always?
I thought she's not big on failure.
She did say in the vision something like feast or famine. Like she had a period of nothing going on and then
A
a
lull
period
in
of,
activity.
yeah.
I like
Frustrating.
that line. Why cannot things pace themselves across my lifetime?
Hmm.
Yeah, she's lived for thousands of years, and suddenly there's all this shit happening all at once. So, do you stop with the egg? Like the as you guys are approaching the ship says that's a planar anomaly. What do you do about that?
Does planar anomaly mean bad?
it just means it's something that the ship doesn't understand or recognize what it is, but that it's not from this plane, right?
It can mean that, but oftentimes when it talks about planar anomalies, it means like there's like a gateway or a portal. That's usually what it said when it means planar anomaly.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Can we ask the ship to like run diagnostic?
Ants.
Enhance?
If
you said something, Griffle, your mic didn't work.
Oh, sorry. I just laughed. Pluck me in half.
Like,
But
what
I'm-
plane does it go to?
Can I assume that if they're asking questions to the computer that you're relaying?
Yes.
Miracle?
Yeah, I'll relay. Yeah.
I
There is
assume the
an-
Shadowfell.
There is an inverted portal to a known location within the Shadowsfell.
A known location.
So that means it's on our planar map, right?
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, let's see if we can guess.
Mm. Oh, it's probably where all the other ones go.
Yeah.
Is it no don't?
No, it's not no don't.
No.
It's one of the
That's in the elemental
It's gotta be
chaos. Is it
The
Six
other
Deaths
side
or
of the
Summer's
Alamdar,
End?
right?
I thought it was called like Black something.
the black fins.
Yeah.
Oh
Black
yeah, I forgot
Fins.
about that one.
So it does.
Lucky, is it the black fins?
Show me black fins.
Yeah.
So yes, it says there's an inverted portal to the Shadowsfell tied to the Black Fens.
Gary, is the Black Fen somewhere that I would have known about or encountered in my previous life?
Probably not. Let me
Okay.
look.
Okay, now here's an interesting thing. What if we took the egg and we gave it to Marcel and said, "Hey, this egg is a portal. Can you adapt this to get other places?"
So the answer to the question, Warren, is no. Although you're pretty confident that the way that the Shadowfell works, that your patron likely does know quite a bit about it.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, my patron's location is not on this map. But can I ask Plucky like what the nearest point to that would be on this planar map? I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier.
So if it's not a location that the ship knows, it doesn't have like a map of things near those locations.
Okay.
I guess is the best way to say that. So if you had that other information, like you had a map that showed you his location and then how it connected to one of the things in the map, the ship could get you there. But the ship doesn't have any detail on the areas around the locations on the map.
And I have not heard of any of these locations as a result of my being in the Shadowfell.
That is not true, I don't think. Let me double check.
Okay. Like I've heard of the Black Fens because of our interactions with Leviathan and Plucky. But when I was in the Shadowfell, did I hear of any of these other locations?
Yes. So Xantus. So the very bottom right-hand corner of the map, there's a place called Xantus, and you're familiar with that place.
Okay.
You've not been there, but you do know, roughly speaking, where it is.
So does my knowledge of where my patron's location would be in relation to Xantus?
No, that's the piece that you need.
Okay.
So Xantus is close enough to where you crossed over to go and get the Death Shard.
Mm-hmm.
And when you died, your patron took you from where you tried to claim the Death Shard to somewhere else, and you don't know, you're missing that middle bit.
Sure. And then I went straight from there back to Sanctuary.
Correct. And from dealing with your patron, you're pretty certain that's intentional.
Right.
So, yes, Plucky says this is an inverted portal. It goes to the Black Fins and the Shadowsfell. Is there anything you guys want to do with that information, or any other question?
Back to what I said before. Would it be possible to share this egg with Marcel, who likes to study stuff like this, and be like, what if we put on an egg? Flickered somewhere, like an impenetrable portal egg.
Well, I think that we do need to talk to somebody about this egg. And I think it makes sense to reach out to Marcel or On. Well, we were supposed to report out to Fernot, right? And we kind of didn't want to have to talk with him.
Well, we also can't just go straight to Arn. We have to go through Fernand. So
Right.
And also, if we talked to Marcel first, do you think like Arn might find out and be like kind of mad that we're just like talking about this thing that we found that she specifically?
No, Marcel is like her science man.
I wouldn't go that far.
One of her
Oh,
science.
I thought she was like the On's favored
Her
research
science
science man.
No. So basically, Marcel's position in the court, On, when she, for whatever reason, something, it gets her attention for a moment and she goes, oh, this person might have potential. She just tosses a little bit of money at them and then lets them go and do whatever they're going to do. So she just sort of like financially backs like a bunch of like little projects and things that people are doing, hoping that some of that will pay off at some point.
So she's like a VC.
There are a lot of people that have Marcel's type of position, but Marcel was like fairly favored, I guess you say. Like he's not like her research guy, but
so he's not special, but he's special in the moment.
Yeah, he's special in the moment, which is why he was important with the sort of inner workings of the court. Is his location was going to be important because he supposedly had this discovery to share.
Right. And so our POV character from that vision is like another one of these.
Yes. So is probably in a very similar position to Marcel. And I would say that from the way that things unfolded in the vision, you guys, from your knowledge of the vampire courts, know that this person probably isn't under one of the barons. So is in a similar position to Marcel, is sort of an independent researcher, is not working with one of the three barons. So you guys have this egg. Is the plan to keep it here? I know there was some discussion about previously using the water tank that's on the ship. Do you want to try to put the egg in the tank? Is like what's the goal? If you're gonna say, hey, we want to take this egg to go someplace, what are you gonna do with it until you get it to where you want it to go?
Can we put it in the? Oh wait, how big is this thing? Right.
The egg?
The egg. Yeah.
So it's like between 15 and 20 feet long.
Okay. Could we theoretically get it inside the like the meatball containment thing?
So
it would not be able to fit in the containment, but it would be able to fit in the water area because like there's a massive quantity of water that is in that room. You would be able to put it in the tank. It just wouldn't be able to fit in containment.
Right. Okay.
Is Plucky able to like cut it off from its dimensional portal in some way, or like quarantine it in some way?
I think that if our forbiddance is powerful enough, like to stop it, then it will, I believe, do so automatically.
So if one asks the question, can it do something about this? The ship will say, ship's resources are not designed for removing of inverted portals. Normal removal of so it should say standard procedure for removal of inverted portals would take significantly less of ship's resources.
I like that.
Standard removal.
Because of the implication.
So it says this to one and to the group. Griffle, what it says to you or what it sends to you as a message is it shows you sort of like a mental image of something like a hole pushed through an area. And then it just takes that hole and puts it to a different area and the hole fills in and dissipates.
Okay. I don't fully understand what that means, but
Good. That Griffle probably doesn't understand what that means.
If it somehow disables it, will that kill the Leviathan? And is that a bad thing? These are all rhetorical questions.
Wait, did it say it's going to disable it? I was under the assumption it would do something similar to what we did in the ocean.
So basically, what the ship says is you ask it, hey, can you stop this thing? And it says the ship doesn't have any mechanism for just stopping it from doing what it's doing. And it thinks that if you try to force the ship into doing it, it's going to take a lot of system resources. If you could try to figure it out, basically. And then it says there is a way to do it that is way less energy. So do the normal way. Don't do something else. That's what the ship is trying to impress upon you.
The normal way is cryptic.
I would assume yeeted into the sun.
That's not what it said.
But it said that's
said
what I
fill in
said
the hole.
too, but then it said Griffle that message. Was the message it sent to Griffle conveying what the normal way was?
Yes, it was explaining standard procedure.
Can you say it one more time?
So Griffle got an image of basically, imagine like a flat plane, like a piece of paper with a hole in it, and the hole being the egg or the portal, the anomaly, whatever you want to call it. And then it basically takes that hole and it moves it to a different piece of paper, to a different plane, and then the hole fills up and then dissipates.
Oh.
So basically, it makes it someone else's problem. No?
Wait, when the hole moves to the other plane, the hole fills up?
Yes.
In the original plane or the other plane?
In the new plane.
So I'm interpreting that means by moving the god egg to another plane, it will sever its connection with the black fens. But I'm no expert.
No, that's an interesting idea. I think we should keep it momentarily.
Okay, so Griffle, since it's your
That's
ship,
my vote.
where is the egg going? Is it going on deck? Is it outside the ship? Is it going into
oh
containment?
god, it's going in the containment, like in the water in the containment area. I don't think it's gonna do anything, but it just makes me feel better,
Okay, so once it gets to sort of the edge of the shield that prevents that keeps air, the atmosphere inside of the ship, the ship will allow you to teleport it into the hold, basically into
Cool.
Lab 3.
So with teleporting, it does work? That was my concern.
Yes, it does. The ship does not have any problem teleporting it.
That's interesting. But I guess it is a portal, so like using it couldn't prevent teleportation magic. Okay.
So,
cool. How's everyone feeling on the ship? Not you guys, everyone else.
Well, you guys are all beat to hell. One of you all is dead. The crew looks a little worried because, the captain is dead and the rest of the command crew shows up, looking
was Morin our captain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know
Captain.
I didn't know Morin was the captain.
Yeah. So the captain's dead and the command crew shows up looking like they've had a fight with a blender and lost.
Hey, we won that fight.
You should see the other guy.
Yeah.
Both of him.
So
Well-
Who's carrying the head
Oh, did we only take the head?
of the fish guy? Yup.
That's all Gary told us we had to take.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant Morin.
Oh no, we took all of Morn. Wait, maybe we only need the head. That'd be worse. But maybe we only need the head.
I think I probably might be carrying the fishman's head. This was my thing.
That makes the most sense. And so the question is going to be at some point, and I'm going to say like the raised dead, I think normally takes like 8 hours. And I think using the ship, it takes 4 hours, if I remember if I remember correctly. So
It does take 8 hours.
I know Raise Dead takes 8 hours. I don't remember what the benefit of using the ship is.
I'm looking. We only have 3 resurrections.
3 now. I already took off the one for assuming you're going to bring back Morin. I did not take one off for anything. The Runic Leyline focus to 4 hours. Oh, that's the Master Ritual. Half the normal time. Yeah, so it takes 4 hours to raise that using the ship.
What about this -1 to everything?
You got -1 to everything. I talked to Morin a little bit about that already.
How long does that last?
There's 3 milestones.
Yeah, 3 milestones or 2. You get 2 full days of like non-combat rest. Will count towards 1 milestone for the purpose of the ritual, or for the penalty from Raise Dead.
I do like the idea that Drock mentioned in chat about making the resurrection of Morin an ordeal. I really do.
By all means,
I mean,
gather the crew around.
You or do you want to gather the crew around and make it a big deal?
I do want to do that.
You have to allow the crew
I
below
feel like,
where
hang on, no, because they've got ritual casters themselves, right? Like, you know,
Yeah. Raise Dead is
If we-
something that if you're
is this
well,
actually something that they would be impressed by seeing?
not really.
Yeah, there you go.
But I like the idea that I think they would.
Like if you have enough money and your body is recovered quickly enough and enough of your body is there, the assumption is that you can probably be returned to life in one of the cities. It would be something that doesn't happen very often because it's very expensive, and people that have the money to raise dead that get killed is pretty uncommon because they have the money for Raise Dead. They have the money for a bunch of other things that prevent them from dying.
Oh, so we're failures.
Not us, Morin.
Peru.
Yeah.
So is there anything you guys want to do prior to the sort of extended rest that is also going to involve bringing Morin back to life?
Is Bedveer still around?
He's nearby, but he's not close enough to talk to. He's on the surface right now.
Okay.
I do want to raise Gelthek as well.
Okay. So those 2 things happen. Do you guys want to talk to the crew / Bedveer / anyone else before we kind of do the narrative? Hey, you guys have a extended rest plus some.
Can I roll? Okay. Again, I'm going back to this. I feel like I'm hyper focusing. Can I roll like a? What's this? Is there a performance check? What would you say for that? For like
Bluff.
making it like an ordeal, like a ceremony to raise more.
I mean, it depends on what sort of impact you're planning on having. The thing that I want to make clear, though, is you need to perform the ritual in a part of the ship that the crew does not normally have access to.
Oh,
So-
does it? You can't hold on to it like the other rituals?
No, this one has to be done on the person on the table.
Oh, okay, never mind. No, they can't come.
So yeah,
Hilarious.
So I'm not hearing anything that needs to be done. Do you guys want to talk to Bedveer or the crew before I kind of go, or say, hey, we're going forward with the timeline?
Well,
Oh
Would
no,
we-
hang on. We totally need to talk to Bedveer about what this
we
thing
should
is,
talk to
like.
Bedveer.
Yeah. He's just hovering around.
So he's on the surface. He's maybe, 500 yards away, something like that. He's far enough away that you'd probably have to move the ship to go talk to him, but he's still within, visual range.
Yeah, can we surface and go over to him?
Sure. So surfacing the ship and heading over to where Bedveer is, he's about half in, half out of the water. He's like half floating, half flying. And he is you see he's got all the armor removed from his off of his right arm, and it's now wrapped around his chest, kind of like a bandolier. And he's taken a couple of small trees and made a splint for the top and bottom of his right arm. And he's talking with seemingly nothing when you get up there. He's speaking in primordial loud enough that you can hear him from a pretty decent distance. But as you surface and kind of see over towards him, you can see that there's a bunch of like little whirlwinds and air distortions around him.
And is it like when we were approaching the mountain?
No, he just seems to be like talking, for him seems to be like a conversational volume/tone, but for him that's still very, very loud. But he's gesturing and stuff. He just seems like he's talking to nobody right now.
Am I res at this point, or is this prior?
This is before you're back.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Oh, because it takes 8 hours. Yeah. That makes sense. Does he notice us?
Yeah.
Good. Does he seem off-put?
No. He
This
sees the
is
ship surface. He's still talking. As you guys come closer, he stops talking to whatever he's talking to. And then you see the sort of like swirls around him die down a little bit. And he looks over towards you as the ship approaches.
Does anyone have anything to say? No.
Riffle?
Not really.
We haven't even talked to him. We don't know what we're gonna say.
Well, it's like, hey, Bedbeer, we cleansed the temple of I don't know, this grossness. I don't know what to call it.
We completed our dungeon. run.
Heresy. Sorry, I've been playing 40K.
So he nods.
I did not doubt you for a moment. I am merely getting my affairs in order. Was there something you needed from me before I go and find a way to be back at full strength?
Should we ask
Well,
him about the god egg?
Good. He would be like, why are you carrying it around?
Maybe.
He's here to talk to you. So what do you want to do?
I mean, I think he's going to be most interested in kind of the old temple, right?
That's what I was gonna mention. Is the
Like, can we just tell him about the blessing that we got and the things we saw?
Yeah, I mean, you can basically just fill him in. The question is going to be: is there anything you want to leave out in your sort of tale of what happened to Bedveer?
Can we specifically? This is maybe a request for me, but specifically, did we tell him about Clotho? We did, right? Previously,
I don't know
We
if we
did
did.
specifically, but I don't think it was like because we didn't want to. It's just because it didn't come up.
Mm-hmm.
do we care if he knows?
Nothing yet.
It seems like he would be aligned with her, so I don't think it hurts to mention.
I just wanted to specifically mention the part about the was it Hall of Friendship or what was it?
Hall of Companions.
Hall of
All
Companions.
companions. Right.
So
And that we know she likes to party there.
Yeah, I don't see a
Right,
problem with
yeah.
it.
So like we know they would be buddies. So
So you kind of tell him the tale of your all's dungeon delve and adventure. He listens along. When you get to the discussion about the Hall of the Companions, he seems like he's paying more attention to that. Like he's interested in going there. And then we'll say something to the effect of,
Once I am able to be a full person again, I'll have to clear some stones and go and see this hall for myself.
Because like everywhere else in the temple is tiny for him, but that room is something he can like be in.
Did we actually see a way that he could physically get in there?
No.
He can make his own door.
Bedbear, did you see us come back to the ship?
He shakes his head.
I am busy
We-
getting my affairs in order. There are some questions of trust need be answered.
Not of you and we, surely.
So he smiles and shakes his head.
I am broken. And in order to fix me, I need to trust the one that lays their hands upon me. In days past, it would be my other, but I cannot trust her. And 10 centuries we've been together. Those that we knew, would they be my friends first or hers?
Ah, yes.
Classic.
Breakups can be quite messy, yes. It's very obvious to you guys that Griffle's never had a relationship. Bedveer, I'm sorry that you're going through this and all. I wish there was something we could do to help you a bit more, given how much you've helped us. But may I turn your attention to another matter? We found something. An egg. A very big, very ugly egg.
He nods.
And what was the guy? What was the guy's name?
He's a Koatoa.
The Koatoa priest dude.
Mhm.
Uh,
I think we got his name.
Yeah, you didn't get his name.
okay.
So, I mean, Bedveer is here and does seem to be happy to answer questions if you guys have them, but you just needed what questions do you have about the egg?
Wait, we can show it to him, can't we?
Yeah. If that's
So
something you want to do.
Yeah, let's say we show it to him.
One of the parasites in this egg. I've seen such a thing before, but never had much interest in knowing about it. A simple thing to destroy. You won't like them when they get larger.
I actually laugh. And say,
Maybe it's
yeah, they're not very nice. We've killed a few larger than you.
He nods. So you show him the egg. Yeah, I know what that is.
That's all. That's it. Man, these giants.
Hmm. On another note, did he ever say the name of his god?
He did not.
Ooh.
So when we're recounting our time in the temple and we talk about like peeling back the altar and seeing the old altar and seeing the old causeway, does how does he react to those?
He listens very intently for that whole part. Like anytime you talk about the religious aspects of the temple, like what it once was, you can see he's focusing pretty heavily on it.
So
Let's assume we also told him about the song,
the blessing we got,
the blessing we got by singing a song.
right?
Learn from the
Yeah.
best.
Yeah, like if we sing the song for him, what does he say?
So he just smiles along with it and then nods.
A good invocation. It is the feeling, it is the connection with the foe hammer that gives you strength, not the words. But good words can bring deep feelings.
He pats himself on his chest with his good arm.
From deep within.
And Bedvere, I know that before you couldn't say his name or their name. Could you try to say it now?
So he thinks about it for a second. You see him kind of working his mouth, and then he shakes his head.
I remember it being said, but the one that knew the name could not tell it to me. It was forbidden in my grandfather's time. I have not heard it outside of forbiddance. I do not even know it to invoke it. The others of my kin, they mock me. They laugh that I follow that which I cannot name, that which normally is dealt with by the small folk. They do not know the power of faith, of conviction, of being part of a greater thing than themselves. For being so great, many of my kind are very small.
Some of the things people believe in the hardest are things they've never known.
He seems to like that concept. You can tell that as he kind of talks back and forth, talking about how sort of the other giants view him makes him a little angry. Little bits of sparks happen in the air around him that die down very quickly.
You said the word foe hammer. What is that?
We found many of them when we took the great city, where I got that spear, where I got a few of these scars. There were many written. They were not subject to the same things that blanked the names. I remember finding a shrine to the hammer and seeing the things that were spoken about the name of my old god. Even if no memory remains of the name itself, the names the enemies of the foe hammers whispered to themselves when they dared not invoke him, those survive. We live as enemies if we make our mark strong enough.
Did that translate well from Bedvere to English?
No.
So the foe hammer were the people who lived in the city where he got the spear.
No. So, do you guys know what an epithet is?
Like a different name for a god?
Sort of. It's like
it's kind of. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So an epithet is kind of like a it's like an addendum or a title that's like added onto the beginning or the end of like like Phoebus Apollo means like Apollo of the light, or bright Apollo, and it's usually associated with like epic poetry, so like Iliad, Odyssey sort of thing.
Yeah, so basically the titles that people called his god, he found some of those, and the foe hammer was one of the names that the enemies of the foe hammer gave him.
Yeah. And
Okay.
would the names of the ships be considered epithets?
Probably yes.
If he asked the right person.
So you're saying, hey, this is what we found on the thing. He's happy about it and talks about knowing the name Fohammer from the city that he took long ago.
If I
Hmm.
show him the rubbings that I took from the columns, what would he say?
He'd kind of squint and look at it.
Runic language. I've seen it before, but I am not fluent in it. I don't know enough to read what you have written here. My wife would know, and many others, but I'm sorry I cannot be helpful with this little one.
Thank you.
And Bedveer, after you get back to your full strength,
1 second.
what are you? Oh,
One, when you showed that to him, like, what did you do? Like, did you have to like go to the edge of the ship and sort of hold it up? Like, what did this look like when you were showing him these rubbings?
Is he just sort of floating next to the ship and we're sort of floating above the water?
You can be, yeah. I was sort of thinking that the ship is sort of on the water line, and that's kind of where he is. He's like half in the water, half out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just pull it out of my pack and unroll it and hold it up to him.
So, where is the thing that you got the orb? Like, do you have it like the Katoa did, where like you can just have it like rotate around your body? Is it stuffed in a pack someplace?
I think I would probably have it like in a close pocket.
Okay. So you can feel when the giant, because he has to lean kind of close, because the rubbings are, you took them on paper that's sort of more size for you, and he has to kind of lean in close to look at it. You can feel the like tug on your body as the orb kind of draws away from the giant as he gets close.
Mm. Okay. So I think having that happen, I would take it out and like cup it in my hand so that it can't escape. But say we also found this.
So he looks at it.
That is something I've not seen in a very long time.
He reaches his good hand around you, and you see, well, actually, would you do anything if he kind of wraps his hand around you to where you're basically in his palm?
Nope. I'm cool with that.
So he takes his thumb and his index finger and kind of puts them where they're in front of you. There's kind of a line between his index finger and thumb, and you're kind of cupped in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you see a little spark of electricity go from one finger to the next, and the orb jumps out of your hand and then floats in that beam of energy, kind of oscillating back and forth.
A shard. Very valuable. Very tricky magics.
He opens his hand again, the little energy breaks, the orb falls back down, which you can catch it, and then he pulls his hand back.
Could be powerful tool for good or for ill. Dangerous magics the shards are.
It showed me a city. Did you see the city?
He nods.
Do you know this place?
Computer just went to sleep. 1 second.
Okay.
So he nods and goes,
I have seen the city before when I've seen other shards. None know where it is or if it is a place that can be reached. My wife and I have found 4 shards in our lives. I've seen her take special interest in them.
he shrugged.
I know not how to use such things or what their purpose is, but I know if I found one, bringing them to her would make her smile.
Did he say he wanted to bring it to his wife?
Previously, so he's found
Okay.
several over the course of time, and whenever he found one, he thought it was a good thing because he knew that if he brought her the shard, it would make her happy.
Mm-hmm.
So she has 4 or 5 of these.
Yes,
Great. And she knows how to use them.
Presumably.
Great. Bedvere, I know you are unfamiliar, but so far I have been unable to commune with this shard. Do you know any way to attune it?
so he looks at it. Actually, hang on. When my computer went to sleep, it closed one of my notes, so I need to pull this back up real quick. Hang on.
Yep.
So he says,
I am not familiar with them, but I do remember my wife researching different shards she found. Each of them is unique, and I know that she dealt with many things to learn more. While I know very little, I know contacts that would know. It depends what you wish to know, little one, and what you're willing to give up or willing to go through in order to get one.
he thinks for a second.
If it was me, my wife had some dealing with the Nyogi. They know many things that are hidden, and they're evil little bastards. Mind-controlling, thieving scum. They pervert everything around them. One of the wonderful things about getting information from them is it doesn't matter what you do to them to get information. They probably deserved it.
So he spits a little bit of lightning, and it kind of skitters across the water.
Then, of course, there are the Nothic. Insane and usually owned by someone else, but their powers of prophecy, if properly channeled, their knowing of things that should not be known. They can give someone an edge in finding knowledge, if you know someone that can handle them.
He kind of thinks for a moment.
Others, yes, individuals of great power and knowledge, but I'm not sure you would fare well dealing with peers to my wife.
Might you have any contact that are less likely to murder me and take this orb?
So he smiles.
If you were able to find a Tagus Selvik, then one of them might. I know one well. I knew one. She was an adventurer. He and I delved many places. She and I saw many things. But he sequestered himself away from the world. And I do not know where to find her yet, or if he would speak to me after we met and left on some pretty foul terms.
He chews on it for a bit.
I could tell you when last I saw them, give you directions, but I shouldn't come with. I would bring only old baggage with.
Haguselvic, you say?
It's the only name that he's used that's pretty clearly not in normal, like common language. Like the Nyogi and the Nothic, they're unusual creatures, but it does sound like it's sort of the common tongue. That
Okay.
sounds like he said something in giant.
Hmm. What is the name of this contact?
He shakes his head.
She is an old creature and has deep magics. I would be ill towards him if I gave him your name.
Or flip that. If he gave you his name.
I have met a creature who was referred as both she and he. This creature was named Titherial. Do you know this creature?
He shakes his head.
Not a name that I know, but there are many names of old things. Many names I would like to hear before I meet my final glory.
Where
So not
would
one
I
that knows, but
Okay. Where would we find this creature, this friend?
She withdrew from the world to the White Sands, buffeted herself with layers of secrecy and magics. He's buried under the sands in a temple. I can tell you where. But dealing with her will be a different sort of challenge. She believes in some of the old ways of power, that knowledge is strength. Strength is knowledge. There are certain tests you would be given that if you should fail, you would lose her as a potential ally and gain only a sense of loss of what could be.
I am willing to try.
so Bedfear is capable enough at planar travel to be able to give accurate descriptions of where this place is. Accurate enough that you feel pretty confident that the ship would be able to get there if piloted by Griffle.
Cool.
Didn't he also said White Sands, which is on our map?
He did. But I mean, like, in addition to that, he can tell you, like, it's at White Sands, but also where to go once you get to White Sands.
Cool.
I misspelled the name. Mr. Anything else you guys want to talk to Bedveer, or other questions that you have kind of on that line of inquiry? So he basically gave you guys 3-ish options. You know, you can go and deal with some Nothic, you can deal with the Nyogi, or you can go in and deal with this old friend, one of the Tegir Selig.
I guess one more question. What is a Nyogi and what is a Nothic? And like, do we know where to find those?
So you don't know what a Nyogi is, but you did see Nothic, and even a quick description can get you that you saw Nothic at the battle of Hardhome. So the sort of weird single-eyed big creatures, the ones that were trying to overtake the walls on foot of Hardhome, there were several Nothic in their forces.
Okay.
I don't think any of you guys have knowledge of what the Nyogi are, but he will basically describe what they are. They're I'm not going to do quite as much of Bedveer's voice because if you guys have other things to ask, does kind of hurt to talk as him for a long time. But he'll basically give you a description that there's an infestation of them in this place, and he'll tell you roughly where it is, enough that you'd be able to get to it on the map. And again, another thing that closed, my computer went to sleep. Hate this. But the DM does not remember where it is on the map that the Nyogi outpost is. But if you guys do want to go there, I will pull it back up. And then he says that they're traders and scavengers, and no matter what you do to them, they probably deserve it, so don't worry about it. So he will describe a location that's between the Pillars of Creation and Rusted Bone, sort of top right on the map.
Thanks.
And he'll say that Nyogi
are some sort of bastard hybrid of spider and other nasty things. They mind control and dominate anything they find floating out in the dark. And they take little pieces from the world.
So, and if you ask about the Nothic, he will tell you that he personally does not know anybody that keeps Nothics, but he does know that they're kept by a lot of powerful individuals. So, you can ask around and probably find someone that has a Nothic pet.
Okay.
Again, from his perspective, but
Mhm.
So if nothing else for Bedivere, waiting. I know Josh is sadly having to sit a good chunk of this out, so apologies.
Oh no, it's totally fine.
So Bedivere is going to kind of explain his plan. He's still going to take probably another half day to a day to keep sending messages out, and then decide where he's going to try to see about getting fixed. So you guys can take a rest here if you so choose. So if nobody else has anything else they want to do, I'm going to go ahead and start kind of pushing the clock forward. Getting Morin back to life takes 4 hours, and you are going to use one of the crystals to also bring back Gelthek.
Mhm.
Gelthek is in not great shape when he comes back, because he has all these penalties that are problematic for adventurers, and being brought back to life is a very traumatic process. He's going to need some time to recover. You guys, if you have questions or do still want to talk and do stuff with Gelthek, you can. But I think for me, I would like to kind of have that between sessions, just because I don't want it to, because it's more of a, at least for the moment, it's more of a one thing and less of a group thing. So I want to try to keep the flow going for the group as a whole. So 8 hours to get the 2 people brought back to life, another 8 hours for everyone involved to get their extended rests in. Is there anything during this time that you guys want to do for the next basically day or so? And I'm going to kind of go quickly from top to bottom on the Discord. So Griffle, is there anything you want to do in that not quite a day of downtime? You take an extended rest and you have to wait a little bit longer. Griffle?
Sorry, I was muted. What was the question?
Is there anything that Griffle needs or wants to do during the extended rest, the sort of day after the big dungeon delve?
Oh, yes, hands down. So I'm picking a time when the crew's like all asleep or fucked off elsewhere, and I'm getting rid of the bodies and the paintings.
Now, the crew is very specifically designed to have people on shift at all times.
That's pretty funny.
Because there is a night crew. But you want to...
So
get rid of the bodies during. Well, you don't necessarily even need to do that. You can just tell the ship to teleport because the bodies are in one of the areas of the ship that the ship has control of teleportation over.
Oh, okay. I assumed that they wouldn't be since they're in like the painting.
Yeah,
It's like a little sub
painting.
thing.
You have to take them out of the painting, but once they're out of the painting, they can be teleported wherever.
Everyone out.
Cool.
Okay, that needs to be done. Anything else that Griffith would do during the downtime?
Yeah, I want to check on Hatterai. How's he doing?
So Hatterai is doing relatively well. You can tell that he's been spending a lot of time speaking with crew. So when the bosun was talking about like that the crew has been really uneasy, Hatterai's been spending a lot of time making things make sense for the crew. Even though you know that he doesn't really understand everything about the ship, he does a good job of explaining enough of the basic magic principles that people just sort of assume, okay, well, this guy has been left with us and basically knows what's going on, and then spends a lot of time speaking with your other crew member whose name I don't have pulled up right now. The master of wards.
Been a while.
I know his name begins with an A. But...
Yeah, and I was going to check up on him as well, the blind guy. I want to see how he's doing.
Argol,
yeah. So
Argol.
The short answer of how he's doing is okay. So he still basically can't see. So he can see enough to move around a little bit, but his face is still completely wrapped. And you can tell that he's kind of getting used to and being with Hatterai. The crew is getting a little bit more accustomed to him being there. And are being less sort of standoffish with him as he's kind of performed the same role, just as a much less charismatic version of explaining kind of what was going on to the crew while you guys were gone.
Uh-huh. And like, how's his eyes and shit? Like, I don't know. Last time we talked, he wasn't doing super hot.
Again, he basically can't see. Like, he can see some shapes and shadows and things like that. His vision has not returned yet. But you're in character. You guys remember Hatterai had a really hard time moving around when he first could walk, and the eyes are probably a little bit more of a complex thing. So he's not really recovered very much. It's only been, 2 days for him?
Yeah, okay. So like I made like a physical trainer like routine for Hatterai to like help him like exercise and stuff. Like can I do this? I don't know anything about eyes. Can I use my knowledge of heal to
Yeah, go ahead and give me a heal check. Because I feel like
sure.
you're gonna learn whether you're successful or kind of failing.
We'll find out together. I just want to help people. Where is it? Oh gosh, I have too many buttons now. There you go.
So what you can find out is basically because it hurts him to look around a lot, you're kind of trying to teach him that what he needs to do is basically be around and unwrap his face to where the light is about as bright as he can stand it. So to the point of being painful and then a little bit dimmer than that, and helping him try to get used to the fact of pushing his eyes to be able to see more. And it's probably going to take you a pretty decent chunk of your downtime to be able to sit there and do that with him.
I'm fine with it.
Morin, do you want to do anything after you come back to life?
Could I potentially use some of the ship's resources, and maybe it's in the Eldritch lab, to see like what it is, if there's anything remarkable about these pearls that we brought back, and like why dark lights are able to feed on them.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
So we found some pearls, and we know that they were feeding into the dark
Yes.
lights. So I wanted to know if there was any like particular energy source that these dark lights are feeding on them, if there's anything special about these pearls, and then maybe if there's any kind of like reference to them in the Eldritch Lab, because we know that the thing that was kept in the Eldritch Lab was of a similar alignment, creature
So
type.
what I'll say is the quick answer that Morin would be able to get is that yes, there is energy in these things. And with the tools in the Eldritch Lab, you would be able to spend some time researching it. And I would like to kind of do that as an aside. So something
Okay.
in like your channel or something. So there is definitely something to be talked about there, but that's more specific to you rather than kind of overall group stuff.
Sure.
And if that's the only thing you want to do, that will definitely take like not only just the time you have here, but it's probably going to be a downtime thing for the future as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Drock, anything you want to do?
Not particularly. I was going to assist with the removal of the bodies, but sounds like the ship's got that covered. So maybe just assist Morin, because those were of interest. So finding out more about that. Or if we can also research, if one is up for it, that orb as well. Maybe the Eldritch Lab has something about that. Who knows?
One, is that something you want to do? Is try to, once you guys get done with the raised dead, try to take the orb. Actually, you'd have to go into the Eldritch Lab to use the orb. So the orb, when it's inside of the Eldritch Lab, it is like constantly vibrating and humming.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd be up for investigating that. It seems like it would be interesting. If one's
Yeah.
cool investigating it.
Yeah, definitely.
So what I'll let you guys know is I did several checks for different things that I kind of expected you guys might want to try to do during this session. And sort of doing more intensive investigation on the orb was one of the things. You guys spending a little bit of time working on it will get pretty quickly that you don't have a place to start. So you need kind of a start point of maybe what this thing might be or what it might do before you're able to really do like some more hardcore tests and research on it. Right now, you're kind of fumbling in the dark, and with the time you guys have, with 8 hours or so of researching it and working at it, it's just going to be fumbling around for the moment. So once you guys have more information, then will be this time where we can start doing like checks and trying to research it and figure out what's going on.
Okay. So like, because we saw the Kotoa using it,
Mhm.
and I know like in the moment I couldn't remember any of his hand gestures, but what if I spent like a solid hour just like trying to remember, like do similar gestures? That yields nothing.
I will say that you feel pretty confident that after spending some time meditating, remembering and focusing on what the Kotoa was doing, you're pretty certain you can repeat the gestures, but they don't seem to have the same effect that it did.
Okay. And every time I touch it, do I see that city?
No, it's just the first time.
Okay.
Will
And so
you let me and or Drock handle it, and do we also get this vision?
I would let you handle it.
So yes and no. So when Morin touches it, nothing happens.
And when I touch it?
You get a vision.
You're psionic.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking,
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you see this. I sent it to you in your channel.
Yeah, I see it.
Is it that purple city?
It's a purple obelisk thing, almost like a crystal obelisk in the middle of a city. The city doesn't strike me as too purpley, but everything, the obelisk and the road to it is.
Yeah. I saw that too.
Cool. So, that being said then, if it's psionic, is there a way we can try channeling some psionic energy into it?
I think last time I tried to cast a spell through it.
Casting a spell through it or using it through, like using psionic energy through it, it does seem to work as a pretty good conduit, but it doesn't really react when you do things to it. So it does seem to work as a psionic focus, and it works quite well. Psionics does work well through the orb, but it doesn't seem to respond to using psionics on it.
Oh, right. Because I guess I didn't write this down, but didn't I learn it was like a +3 something something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Counts as a +3 the crystal orb, I think. It's been a while. I'd have to look it back up.
Yeah.
What do you use as a weapon or implement?
I use a +2 orb.
Okay, so you do use orbs in that way. Okay.
I do. Hmm.
Cool. So this is definitely something that benefits you at least.
Yeah.
Interesting. But
And yes,
channeling, what? So she's trying to like channel through it then, and it works. What happens like my psionic abilities are more, inwardly focused, right? So would any of my abilities have an effect on it?
it doesn't really, no. Like, again, a lot of your things are inwardly focused. You said it very well. Her powers use through things, and it does seem to work. But focusing on the images, focusing on the orb itself doesn't seem to do anything.
Interesting. You could ask On about it, see if she has information, but that's, whether or not you want to share something like that with her.
Yeah. I mean, based on what Bedvere said, it seems like this is special enough that On might want it.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Can I ask a really non sequitur question?
Sure.
Is the obelisk in the vision where people can't see it, just like when we were at court and On was talking to us and people didn't notice us?
So, for clarity, everyone can see the obelisk.
Yeah,
it's just
I did know that.
The very bottom of it that is hard to see. Everyone can focus on the obelisk perfectly fine from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Similar, yeah. You think there's some sort of, I mean, she was using a psionic effect. You think it's something similar. But also you saw On do something that was sort of very widespread psionic power, right? Like,
yeah.
I was like, if everyone remembers what she does when she kind of hijacks the creature's network. I don't know if that part I don't know if that part was clear in the vision what happens, because it's clear from the perspective of the viewpoint character what she did, but it's kind of hard to represent. Does everyone know what I'm talking about?
You mean like just the controlling her?
No.
or like the casting of the ritual.
So at one point during the vision, On and the creature are fighting, and she blasts it with psionics, and it doesn't seem to phase it. And then she does something, and from the viewpoint character looks up and can see faces, can see hundreds of different faces in her mind's eye. And she knows what those faces mean because she's seen a single face before. She, the viewpoint character, knows how to dominate someone. She knows what it looks like in your mind's eye when you dominate someone, to feel everything you feel, to have them as an extension of yourself. But when On does it, all the people that were crippled by the creature, she mass dominates the entire area and tells them all to run away.
Oh, right.
Oh, is that what happened?
That did come across for me.
I did not. No.
It's a very weird thing because there's so many switching perspectives in the vision, but the viewpoint character understands that that's what happened. Basically, the creature cast some sort of psionic ability that paralyzed everybody, so they just had to stand there and watch while they were getting eaten.
Mhm.
And then On took that effect took it over and then used it to dominate all those people that were crippled and freed them and told them to run.
Oh, right. Yeah. I thought the viewing, I did get that. I thought the viewing the faces was like when with Terminus when he got injured.
That makes
Saw the
sense, but
face.
no.
Okay.
This was, she saw the face as sort of the middle representation of a person that is under your control.
Gotcha.
But the viewpoint character had never seen multiple faces.
Right. Just again showing us how powerful On is.
So you're asking questions, stuff with the orb that you guys have. Was there anything that Philly wanted to do during the 1 day of downtime? And if not, I'm going to
No.
sort of.
No, I'm good.
Cool. So as the night passes on, you guys get people brought back. You do all your kind of individual things. Griffle, you get probably about 6 hours later, you get a ping from the ship, saying incoming communication blocked.
Hang on. Okay, I'm not muted. Good. Sorry. From whom?
Spell signature not recognized.
Okay,
Incoming communication blocked.
I mean, normally I would just be like, okay, let's see what this is. But Griffle has since learned that it is entirely possible for words to hurt. So now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Allow the communication.
Sticks and stones, Griffle. Sticks and stones.
Yeah.
So it gives you that same image that you got a while ago, and it says send through communication or send through quarantine communication. Strip additional markers or no?
Yeah, quarantined communication.
Communication appears to be duplicate. Send both as quarantined.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So it shows you in your mind's eye that there's 2 incoming communications. One of them is like the message seems identical according to the ship. One of them is going to one of many, and the other one is going to filibuster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let him through.
So One and Phil, as you guys are doing your own things on the ship, you receive this message. You all both recognize the spell signature of Omen of Ends.
Of who now?
Have you? Are you just out of game question? Are you taking over this character, or did you ever ask him? I don't even know if you talk to that guy anymore.
I take over the character of anyone who's not playing anymore just by default, but it sort of depends on different things. Like if people want to kind of give feedback and give quotes and things from their former characters, I'm happy for it. But no, if you're not a PC anymore, you're now an NPC.
Got it. Is this implied to be a message from us?
It's ascending to the two of you. So
From Omen.
Omen.
No. The message referenced in the sending.
You're not sure.
Okay. I mean, may as well answer. But we can't, because it was quarantined, we can't respond, right?
You can.
Oh. How many words do I get?
25.
You get 25, but it's not a if you say 26, I'm not going to be like telling you to reword things. It's basically
if you pay $8 a month, you can send up to 50 characters.
Do I have to respond immediately?
For these, yes. You do normally need to respond immediately, and this one in particular does need to be responded immediately.
Group considering swinging by Court.
Could you type it
Will
for the sake of,
yeah.
of me remembering stuff? And one, do you also respond?
Yeah. Okay, I'll type it up.
One, two, three. There you go. Something like that.
Okay. So
Oh,
after a couple of minutes, so group considering swinging by Court will swing by to discuss how urgent whose message. And the other one is, we are well on quite the adventure. Hope you're enjoying your research. Please send false message.
what class was Omen? Was he a spells or a
Avenger.
oh
He
Avenger?
teleported around a lot.
Oh, that's what I was. I thought he was the sword
Sword mage.
guy. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought the wrong thing. I said the wrong thing. I thought the correct class. I said the wrong one because someone else in the situation is an Avenger.
Hmm.
So where I said location in there, he basically gives you coordinates enough that you would be able to pretty reasonably, latitude and longitude effectively.
Oh, so what is the location? Ooh.
Oh, we were never there though, were we?
Oh
Nope.
wait, we know that the guy with the missing kid, the kid with the missing guy went there.
I know that there's a witch.
Black-
There's a witch in the Finn. Oh, the blacksmith.
I think that's what
Blacksmith
you meant.
took the kid, yeah.
But he was all the way out there.
Well, they were gonna go there.
Do you guys trust this guy? Like, could we ask the ship or ask Griffle to not quarantine the message?
Yeah.
So
we
Griffle, you're
can.
going to get the same thing. The second message does give the same warning that it can be quarantined and have the whatever the extra stuff is stripped.
We do trust this.
Like, I'm just gonna ask you guys, like, yeah, do you want me to just let these messages through from this signature?
Yes.
We have no reason not to trust.
Cool. I will do so. So no more quarantine. They can just come through.
Okay. So when it sends the extra message, you get this sense of like pressure that there's something else with this message. And more or less, if you think about it, receiving this additional information, you get something else. And pull this up.
Yeah, but someone standing there could have seen a giant spaceman from the Stormhorns, right?
Maybe it depends because the fens are very dense. So like if you were on the top of the treetops, maybe, but
or they would have heard the song that Bedvere sang.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most people in the Reach heard the song at some point.
Yeah, but in that moment is really.
Let me do this real quick. So what comes along is audio. So there is this feels kind of like a sending, but it's distorted. It's weird. It does feel like someone's speaking rather than someone thinking. When you do a sending, it is all mental. You're not actually saying anything out loud. This one's pretty clearly done out loud. This is an audio sending of some kind. This is Margot of Court Turi. The adversary, the parasites, have claimed a wild crossing, tampered with. I'm not sure what for, but it could spell doom for all of our kind and others if we fail to stop them. Me and a group of capable individuals have gotten caught in the crosshairs. We may not be able to make it back without your help, yet we hold a key, something potential to stop the incursions. Find us.
Type that out.
That sound part of it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that was the stuff he was adding.
Yes, the sound is part of it.
Okay.
And hang on. So yes, I will type out the answer, or answer whatever. The why does this macro not work? I don't understand. I guess this like doesn't work if people are not on the platform for some reason. Holy shit. Ah, man, I had this cool macro all set up and it's not going to work. There we go. So I should have sent this out. I tried to send this out in the middle of it, but you're not on that.
Heartbeat of a world ship.
So that got sent to the two people that would recognize it.
Oh, why do I recognize that? From Prosperity?
Yep.
Oh, there's not a. We are not known.
What?
Wait. Okay. Sorry. There's not a world ship in the Fangro that we know of.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's very possible that if they say the adversary is there, that because we know there's the ships on the planet now are adversary ships, that maybe there's more.
What's Court Turi? That's just one of the other courts that we're not familiar with.
It's one of the courts. You'd know a little bit about it. It's the court that's in the Shadowfell. So if you think of the sort of dark magic, the kind of super edgelord court, that's Court Turi.
Are they the ones who
Court.
chased us when we were stealing back Marcel?
No,
that's a different faction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. People that were chasing you when you stole back them are the Self-Forged. They're not formally one of the courts.
Oh, okay.
The little green circle to the west of Hazelborn on the map, that's where this signal is originating from?
Yes.
Do we know what a wild crossing is?
I think we went through one.
So wild
underneath Lake Obai.
kind of. So wild crossings are pieces of either the mortal world or the prime material or pieces of the wilds that are closer to the other, so it makes crossing much easier.
Oh, okay. And we knew that those were in the...
Yeah, you know that there's one. I mean, there's a big one in Lake Obai.
And I think we knew there was one in the Fen, right? Or we just knew that they're all over the Reach.
Yeah, the Reach has a close connection to the wilds. That much is known.
Plus there were like so were the when the ship was having trouble getting close to the stormhorns because of the like closeness of the plains, are those similar crossings?
They aren't. Normally, you can just kind of open a portal and get from one place to the other. Not normally, if you have enough power and you know how to do it. So the disruptions around the Stormhorns was Bedvere was pulling the plains closer. But the wilds is so separated, it's so difficult to get to that you tend to need an intermediary. You need something to bridge that gap for you. So like going from the plane of air to the prime, you don't need anything. You don't need a stepping stone in the middle. But normally when going to the wilds, you do need a stepping stone in the middle.
Of our kind and others.
Well, I think we need to go investigate. But wait,
We also have this. We have so many things to do.
Omen believes the message is false. Can we send a sending to him?
To be clear, and this might not have gone through, other people in the place believe the message is false. Omen thinks there might. He wants your opinion on it.
That's why he asked.
Okay.
Here's the would it be reasonable to, I know people don't necessarily know that we have this ability, but would it be reasonable to teleport to court and quickly handle our business and discuss this and then teleport back?
You mean use like the spend to court? Spend from your ship?
Oh, I guess we could spend from the ship too. We can do that, right? But we sell the egg. The point of going to court was to talk about the egg. We have to transport it.
I mean, you could fly the ship to court if that's what you wanted to do, but previously you'd avoided doing that.
We don't
That's
want to
what I was
fly the
saying.
ship to court. We can spin to court. We can just say like, "Oh, we happen to be in the area, Lamal."
Well, that's what my initial message. I said we were gonna go visit.
Sorry. And what exactly were we doing in court again? Just talking to people?
We have to see Ferno. We want to report to On, and we want to now speak to Omen.
Oh, and we don't want to do that with just ascending. We want to actually go.
I mean, we're gonna sit here and speak in two sentence messages.
No, that's fair. Yeah, no, I was just when I originally mentioned the egg and On, I figured ascending, but yeah, we can always spin there if it's easy enough.
We can do that, Gary.
Yes. 1 second.
I mean,
How do we get back?
Spin back.
You mean spend back? They're like linked teleportation circles. So
Well, it's more like I thought the forbiddens may prevent us from going back.
it won't stop you guys from using the spin. It will stop other people.
How did
So-
Aegis use it? Because we gave permission, right?
We gave
He
him
did.
permission. I had to let him on board. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he didn't initially. Because Aegis spun to the city. So is that the plan? Is at the end of the sort of rest and sort of recoup, you guys want to spend to court?
Yeah, sounds like there's a lot
Yeah.
to do.
Okay. It might take me a few minutes to do this. So I didn't think you guys were going to go to court, which I've got a lot of stuff for it. So I need to like find and sort my notes and stuff. So why don't we go ahead and take a quick break here? Do like give me until 10 after.
The Gary's DM
Sorry, not
classic.
sorry.
Prepares
Sure.
for 10 situations. We pick the one he doesn't.
Well, it's you're at a position right where you guys have the ability to teleport to a whole bunch of different places and have a lot of things that you could engage with. I didn't think you guys were going to do this one, but it's perfectly fine. I just need to like pull it up. So give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Right. text him.
All right. So, you guys at the end of the extended rest can go ahead and spin to the Baronies. One question I have for you guys is: are you gonna like? Is there any particular place you want to put the ship while you guys are not here? Like, right now you're sort of in the middle of the sound in the Reach.
8. Okay, hang on. So I reckon, because I can tell the ship to fly somewhere on autopilot before I leave, right?
Yes.
So where's the next place that we want to go in the Reach? Because let's.
I mean, probably to where the sending came from, but I don't know if we want to put the ship near where the adversary is potentially coming out.
Yeah. Especially not with us on board. So where did the sending
Why
come
don't you have
from?
it go to Three Trees?
Well, I mean, at
Oh
the end
yeah,
of the
that's a good
day,
idea.
aren't we just going to spin to where we need to be anyway? So, not spin.
Mhm.
Teleport? Planar
Prob-
teleport?
Probably.
So as long as we get the ship somewhere safe, it doesn't really matter where we leave it.
Yeah, send it on course to 3 trees.
Yeah,
But-
we
and
could.
then
So
we're
we
gonna
could spin
teleport
back
later.
to like we could spin back to 3 trees, and we could check on Syl and the baby. Clotho, the Clotho baby.
That's what you want to do? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell. And also like I'm gonna give a bit of a bit of a pep talk to the crew, and just be like, yeah, look, I know we are spending a lot of time away from the ship. Unfortunately, our duties call. We are sending you on flying to a place called 3 Trees, where we have friends. And we'll be back, as soon as we can. Not gonna give it time.
So the people here, they know roughly, like they know where 3 Trees is. You get the impression that maybe like 1 or 2 of the crew has been to 3 Trees before. Most of them have not because it's not on the sea. But saying you're sending the ship to 3 Trees, even without any of the extra encouragement, kind of automatically puts people at ease. Like this is a known location, right? Like this is someplace that if you say 3 Trees, they're like, oh yeah, we know where that is. They could point to it on a map.
Yeah, cool. I'll just be like, we will return as soon as we're available, or as soon as we can.
All right.
Oh, and yeah, like the bosun. I'm just gonna give him like a little encouraging nod, like you got this, fam.
Right. So it does take a little bit of time to spin to the Barony. Part of the reason is the first couple attempts to spin just sort of backfire. Like they don't do anything. The way that the spin works is you have these like long tendrils of metal that's kind of spiral outward from the base of the teleporter, and then when they spiral back down, things are gone. But for a couple of times, it tries to start, and then it fails, and then it tries to start again, and then it fails. And it's only after about the 3rd or 4th one that you get the impression of energy, the buildup of an actual teleportation. The question after you guys is, would you just sort of wait while the teleportation's failing a couple of times? Would you guys do anything with that, or is it'll work eventually?
I mean, is that normal?
You've never seen a spin disc fail.
What happens if someone else is like using the spin disc on the other side or standing there? Like, obviously, you have to wait for them to get off, right?
Usually, there's multiple exit locations, so the disc can take you to a bunch of different places. Think of like in the armory, you can be put anywhere in the armory from the end of that spin disc. It doesn't have to be in the middle, just sort of the default spot. So unless it was incredibly crowded, it'd be pretty unusual for it to fail for that reason.
And would that failure look like this failure?
You don't know. You've never seen it fail.
Got it.
Part of the reason that people use the spin disc is because they're very reliable.
What does Plucky say about what's happening?
So is that something Griffle passes along to Plucky, I assume?
Yes. Oh right, I have to phrase the question, don't I? Yeah. So Plucky, why is teleportation failing?
Given coordinates are unstable.
Oh.
That's concerning.
So you get
change coordinates to nearest stable location?
So it gives you that same sort of mental image, right? So when the ship is trying to explain something and it doesn't know how to explain it to you, it gives you these weird mental images. And it shows you sort of an image of the map of the world. It shows you an image of the map of the Reach, showing you where you are currently. And then it draws a line from there to the Baronies. And then you can see about 3/4 of the way, there is a break in the line. And you see there's sort of just like jagged edges. And then the other end of it sort of blinks in and out. Like a cord that's cut in the middle.
Sorry.
Can you explain that again? I think I don't quite understand.
So let's see if the DM can draw for a day. Let's see what happens.
Thank you. Sorry.
So like this, and then goes like this. Not exactly accurate, but say you've got where 1 is the destination, and then where Superstition's End is where you guys are. It shows a line, like this is the path you're going to take, but then most of the way to the destination, there's a break in the line. And then where 1 is sort of flickers in and out of existence. Like it's...
And the destination is on the other side of the mountains, like almost directly, right?
It's in the barony.
Meaning that this green dot where the...
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Does that line go through or near that green dot?
It goes fairly close to it, yes.
Is that where the break in the line is?
Well, it's not a physical representation like that, right?
Yeah, it's not a physical representation. It's the ship is giving you some like an analogy of just explaining it's not stable for some reason.
My bet is it's that green dot.
Yeah.
Which kind of confirms that whole thing is actually happening, and maybe we should deal with that first.
From the ship's perspective, it feels like if it can get a firm connection, that the teleportation will work. It's just having problems locking on.
Right.
Yeah,
and then
the
we
adversary's
teleport
trying to
and
come through.
can't get back.
What happens if we can't lock on and it sends us?
It won't send you until you're locked on.
Okay.
But if that gets stronger while we're gone, and then we can't get back to the ship.
Mhm.
What if we teleport the ship over the mountains and then go to the
Or
Baronies?
can the ship teleport?
It's probably going to give us a warning for that. We could try.
Can you like do Griffle like or I guess I don't know if Griffle would know this is possible, but the like a like a lock on for teleport to see if it's similar?
I mean, yeah. Like, am I able to do like a sort of a teleport ping?
So you know that when you're finishing the teleport, it gives you that cone of direction and kind of gives you something of what it looks like on the other end. So the last step of teleportation does sort of confirm your destination. If you do want to teleport the ship, it'll do it. You can do that, and you can turn it off right before it actually fully teleports if you wanted to test it.
Can we try doing that?
Okay. Are you going to say anything to the crew?
Oh fuck yeah. Yeah.
Attention, passengers.
There's been a slight change of plans. We may need to teleport directly somewhere. Stand by.
So the ship distorts, the fire ring goes from being a circle to being oblong, the shield kind of generates around the ship, all the weapon systems disarm, and then you feel the teleportation begin. Where are you trying to teleport to?
So I'm trying to teleport to the Baronies, to like the court.
But
But
not directly.
yeah, I kind of want to like just see if it's going to engage and then cancel it before it can actually engage.
All right. So the goal is try to teleport to the Baronies, and then if it doesn't work, like even if it would work, don't actually go.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go and send the teleportation, and you get this chaotic, staticky mess, this incredibly disorienting feedback from the helm when you attempt to sort of see the target location. And you can tell from the disruption, it is really unlikely that a teleportation will be successful. You're getting little glimpses and images that maybe it could be successful, but you're pretty certain that 9 times out of 10, if you hit the teleportation thing now, it's either going to fail or it's going to fail catastrophic.
Okay.
Catastrophic failure.
Yes, something we're intimately familiar with, right? Um, guys, fellow captains. What do we do?
It sounds like we gotta send a sending that says we're seeing some stuff.
Yeah, do you want to send a sending back to that guy who contacted you and say, interference confirmed, investigating?
Hmm. I think so.
And again, I'm not going to be super strict on the 25 words, but just what message do you want to send to Omen?
How about this? Would I guess it would look like this.
What? Why is this blank?
After we made Gary prep everything for the court, now we're bailing.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Let's take a
Gary's
10-minute
fault.
break
We're
to
not
prep.
Guys, it's the hand of the DM. We're clearly not supposed to go to court. Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, he told us he found his notes. He probably didn't.
Oh,
I found the freaking notes.
I tried to type. Did you know that if you do arrows on both sides of a word, it disappears?
Put your ass in the Baronies. So I did find the stuff that I needed. It's just
Wow, home sweet home.
yeah, at location. Okay.
Yeah, if you put arrows around or less than equal signs or less than and greater than signs around a word, it just disappears.
Mhm.
Why is that?
Because it's a thing for hiding tags, right? It's for when you put like hyperlinks in there, it doesn't open it up. This is for
Yeah, forbidden. The word.
The location specified is the Fangro fins, right? It's that green
It's a
dot that you
part of the Fangro fins. The Fangro fins is the whole thing outlined in the.
right, yeah, but it's that green dot there, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Whose name is oh.
Oh, I get it.
Okay. So you send to him canceling our plans, definite interference at the location, investigating as soon as possible. And he sends back, I would never forget that sound. Try to keep in contact when you can. Planar shielding of baronies is making things complicated.
Planar shielding of baronies.
Planar shielding of what?
What's planar shielding?
Probably similar to a ship. Some sort of shield.
Wait, is that why we couldn't teleport? Not because of this dot? Back to the Baronies.
Yeah, flip flop.
It takes a few minutes to do these endings, but it's not like when you guys don't have anything pressing like instantly, it's not a huge sink of time. And you guys are high enough level that sendings are pretty negligible cost wise as well. Do you want to do another sending back to it? Does his explanation change what you guys want to do?
When
let's
he says
ignore
that
both
sound,
of these and just go somewhere completely different, just to mess with Gary.
Yeah, let's go find a Nothic or
Yeah.
a Yogi.
when he says that sound, it's assumed he's referring to the sound of the ship, right?
Yeah, because remember, Omen was with you guys in Prosperity.
Yes.
So basically, they got that message. A lot of the other people at the baronies thought it was fake. And he was like, I know that sound. And so he sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, how does he know what sound? The sound that was in the back, the sound that I thought was just your mic bugging out, right?
Yes, that sound is like the quote
Okay,
unquote
can we ask
sound
him
of-
what it is though? Like, why can't he just say what it is? Why does he have to be like, I know what it is mysteriously?
Oh, because we know what it is. Billy and I.
Do we?
Billy and I know what it is.
Yeah, we
Well,
would
what
have.
is it then?
Is it?
It's the
It-
sound of a world ship.
That's what I thought. So is that the same as the klaxon on the original world ship when I joined?
It is not, no.
Ah.
And which would be something that you guys might be able to say to each other, right? Like, one, if you say it's the sound of a world ship, Drock, you've been on world ships before, you don't know that sound.
Yeah, so it's not the klaxon. It's like the sound of world ship when it's doing what? Do you guys know?
In Prosperity, we would delve deeply into the ship. Billy and Omen and I were part of a scouting party, and we ventured into the heart of a ship. That is where we heard this noise, deep inside. It is disconcerting that this party is hearing this noise. We do not know what ship they are in, but they must be within the depths.
So, what's the option?
Could
You
we
guys,
also send?
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Could we also send to Furneaux and just say like we tried coming to court, but there's interference? Just so that like they don't get pissed off at us for much, because they've asked us to come like report back multiple times now.
Yeah,
can
but we
tr-
have excuses.
you can try to send it for no, but you know it's not going to get to him. It'll go to Marie. So,
Yeah, I
Like-
mean that's fine. Like, but just we've had I think like 2 or 3 sendings from like Furneaux and Marie being like, we need you to report in, and we're just kind of ignoring. I feel like we need to say like, yeah, we tried to spin to court and were unsuccessful. There's some interference. We're investigating.
sure. Would you mind typing, or whoever wants to send that, mind typing it?
So,
Well, I don't have sending, so
Drock, you've been on a working world ship,
Yeah. Well,
and
was it flying? Yeah, it was flying, I think, right?
Yes.
okay, and one and Filibuster have been on a like unworking one that's being harvested.
Yes, and also a working one.
I'm actually surprised then, because if I spent a good chunk of time on the world ship trying to fix it and work on its mechanics, I never heard a similar sound.
Yeah, so like
There
maybe
is-
this isn't the sound of a world ship, but it's a sound that you heard when on a world ship.
Gary, isn't Sanctuary one of the ships? But
Yes. Sanctuary does have a world.
would Morin be aware of that?
Morin's never heard this noise before.
Yeah, but aware of the ship at least.
Yeah, no, yeah, the ship is you can't be in Sanctuary and not see the ship.
Got it.
So multiples of your guys' characters have been around more than one world ship. This sound is specific to Prosperity, or at least maybe it's on the other ships, but not in a section you guys have been to. So, one of the people was sending one. Do you want to send the message that Foxy is recommending, or Griffle is recommending?
Yeah. I think Foxy or Griffle, would you want to send that to Marie or
I guess we would send it directly to Marie, right? Because there's no, we don't really have a direct line to Furneaux.
If you're supposed to be reporting to Furneaux, it is like you guys know enough about the course to know that it would be inappropriate for you to bypass Marie.
okay. So I think I would send that, but I would also add.
So I'm going to say it, but I do want to have it all typed down. So she's going to send 2 sendings kind of back to back to the point of like you're pretty certain that she has like people underneath her that she's doing sendings to that are then kind of launching from her. So she does 2 sendings that are so rapid fire that you don't even have time to do one and then the other. So she sends these 2 messages. I want to make sure that they're separate. So the first sending and then the second sending. The second sending is very short. But the way that it comes through is like almost like jagged. The first sending, when it comes through, has a very clinical, it just seems like a normal sending. The second one, on the other hand, it's not quite painful, but it's very forceful feeling.
Hmm.
So the
involvement with the detonation of the weapon.
I said I was going to type it and say it, and then I didn't say it. So first sending is detonation of Forerunner weapon causing issues with the Barony's defenses. Spends unreliable, but locks will not harm you. And then the second sending is Lady Anne currently in council. What do you know of Court Therese involvement?
Okay. So I think I would respond. I'll type this up, but then if you guys want to change it.
And sorry, what is Court Therese again?
It's one of the other vampire courts.
That's who
The Shadow.
Omen said that the message was from. Or I guess the message that we got, they said they were from Court Therese.
Correct. She would also not say Lady Anne. Since you're talking to Marie, she would definitely say Queen. So minor. It doesn't make a huge difference, but she would say Queen Anne. So the question is, what weapon? Adversary attack? Ask Omen of Ends to share a message he received and his theory. This is all we know. And she responds, Queen Anne has been accused of a psychic attack against the personage of the Night King. His allies have launched a full-scale assault.
Oh no.
Is this maybe what triggers the attack at Haven?
Or well, we know she was
Um,
at the court of the Night King discussing in our vision, right?
quick
Maybe
question: was Lee DeVito part of the Court of the Night King?
No, he is part of,
Okay.
of Curvito. So the Vito is one of the courts as well.
Okay.
And so we still don't know who the Night King is.
You can ask, but yeah, you guys still don't really know. You know, he has to be connected with this somehow.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I would ask, who is the Night King? What was the attack? Anything else you guys would want to include or change?
With everything going on, I know we keep flip-flopping, but would it make sense to still go to court?
Seems like it's a bad time to be in court.
Well, if there's a full-scale assault going on, it's a bad time to teleport there and get in the middle of that too.
Well, the full scale assault is on court, not
Yeah, that's at court.
on the Finger of Finn.
If that's where they came through and are maybe like coordinating the assault from, who knows?
Wait. So
No,
hold up.
what I assume happened
hang on. I'm so
is
confused.
Go ahead, Careful.
So hang on. The detonation of the Forerunner weapon is by the Court of the Night King, right? Not by. We're assuming that it's not like.
The detonation of the
separate
Forerunner
issue.
weapon is by the Barony, so it's by Kurdisang.
Yeah. Wait. They detonated it.
No, it happened
So-
there.
They were attacked. So the Baronies were attacked by a Forerunner weapon. Some sort of weapon detonation happened, and it is now disrupting the area around the Baronies.
Okay. And we're assuming that said detonation came from the Court of the Night King because Arn was accused of attacking.
Correct.
and
Okay.
the reason I think that they think she was attacked she attacked them psychically is because of this message they received. Right? Or is the Night King
No,
not associated with the court, Turi?
we don't know. That's what I'm
Oh.
saying. We should ask.
Wait, could it have something to do with the fact that like she got this the vision that we had, she got that while she was at the Court of the Night King
That's what I'm saying.
and like
yeah.
yeah.
Yes. So in the future, she's gonna go there to have like to treat with him, and that's when our vision will happen.
So the vision, what happens in the vision? Because there's people talking to An outside of the helm of the head of the person that, the viewpoint character. What's happening? Because An is having a conversation separate from what's going on. Do you guys remember what happens in the vision?
Yeah, she's like telling the Night King to hold his horses. She's busy. And
No. Those are she's talking to her advisors, and they're telling her, you're pissing off the Night King, and you're gonna start a war.
oh.
So we're still assuming the vision is happening in the future. What if this vision already happened? And that was the attack on the Night King.
And that's what sparked this whole thing is that like that vision maybe there was like some feedback from the vision like from the attack that I don't know.
So I will say that you have this thing in the vision of, and you must be made to answer for this. It must be your doing. Are you even listening? Whoever's saying that is a voice you guys don't recognize. You recognize it's in Vampiric, but you don't recognize what the voice is. And then An tells him, I'm needed elsewhere. Tell the Night King he will accept my innocence or he will live with his ignorance. And then she goes to help her agent.
So it totally is. And yeah, because like most of the new visions that we've been getting have been happening like either concurrently as we get them or like only barely a few hours in the future.
Hmm.
Like I don't think we've ever since we've come to the Reach, I don't think we've had a vision that's been more than like 24 hours ahead of us. So it
Right.
seems like, and it almost seems like they're getting like we're almost gaining on the visions. Like when we first came to the Reach, we had visions scattered about the place, and like I think it was like 3 or 4 days between when I got my vision and when it actually happened, and I think it was like another 3 or 4 or like it was like another day, a day after that like the dragon, I think we went from there to the dragon, and then from there to the flotilla, the Hardholm flotilla, and then to Hardholm itself. But like the battle for Hardholm, like that vision, we got that vision like maybe like a day before it would have happened, and then the next one I think we got like half a day before it would have happened.
Mm.
And then we got this one, which seems to be happening like right now. And keep in mind that like we rested as well. Like we didn't immediately pursue this one. We just took some time.
Right.
It's been about 12 hours since you guys got the vision.
Yeah. So it seems like it was either happening as we were getting it or like only a few hours after we actually got the vision. And it seems to be, and I'm just hypothesizing here, but it seems to be that like as we like alter each of these instances and get the next one, it's almost like we're gaining on it. Like we're gaining time on when these visions are happening.
Mm-hmm.
I will
How
say
long
that
ago did we get the vision about Haven?
about 2 days, and I will say that you know if a vision comes to pass. So like when the vision actually happens, like when that time occurs, you guys get a representation. So the rods go cold, and you know that a vision has come true or false. So the time of the vision from Lady An or from Queen An, you know that has not happened yet. It might be soon, but it's not happened. So do you send a response back to
Yeah,
Marie?
I think we should. Okay, so
Could we
how about-
ask? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Could we ask if An has anyone, like any representative, anywhere in the Fangrove Fens? Like if she sponsors anybody or like.
Like, because we want to meet up with them, or
I'm just trying to figure out who the person in the vision is.
oh, from the Silver Spire.
I don't know what the Silver Spire is.
Person with the obelisk.
So
Oh, so wait, so hang on. You guys know where that is?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
another plane. It's not. It's on the Prime, but it's out in outer space.
to be clear,
Oh.
they don't know really where it is, but they do know it's a location on the map that the ship has.
Yes, we could teleport there if we.
Yeah, you could plane shift to there if you wanted.
Okay. Sorry, I missed the memo on that one.
All good.
No
All
worries.
good. It's a lot of different information that's happening in this session. So there's like a whole bunch of different things happening and choices.
Okay, well, so as far as I'm concerned, there's three things that we could do. We could go straight to the Fangrove Fens and try and like meet up with this expedition that sent this message. The message was relayed to us through like the Dasang court, right?
Through a friend at
Yeah.
the Dasang court, yeah.
Yeah. Through Omen. So like we could go straight there. It sounds like they're in like imminent danger. But like, you know, who knows how legitimate that danger actually is and whether they actually have something that might stop it. We could try to get to court, which seems to me like a bad idea to get involved in like the politics of big vampire Even though we're in the pocket of big vampire. Or we could try to spin, or we could try to teleport to this this place where we know the vision is going to happen, given that we know that it hasn't happened yet. But that it would, but like the vision causes problems for Arn as well.
I'm thinking we should
I
just
don't-
ask Marie what to do. Okay. Does she mean our location?
Yep.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes.
No, I relay that like immediately.
Because like you're talking a bunch of different things, and it's like she's saying, all right, well. So to be clear, you don't have to send the ship's location, right? Because that's not important for spins. You can be wherever. It's the ship has on it basically like an IP address almost. So if you give her permission to come spin to the ship, she'll just appear on the deck of the ship.
Yes. Perfect.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. So basically, because you guys are talking back and forth, and she's like, all right, you all want to have a longer conversation. Clearly, you're spinning from somewhere to get to court. So just tell me where you're coming from, and I'll come.
Okay, so she can spin out, but we can't spin in.
You can spin in. So she said, so her initial sending is spins are unreliable, but if you can lock on, you won't be hurt. So if you can.
Oh, okay, right. So we just would have had to try it a few times. No, I think she should come here. I don't think we should go there just yet.
So yeah, do you guys agree to let her on board?
Wait, do we want on and by extension Fairnote and by extension on to know about the ship?
I believe that you want
Wait,
They
to.
already
do know about
They
the ship.
already do.
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Arn was the one who arranged for us to spin back to the ship that you left on the
No,
mountain.
she teleported us to a mountain. She didn't necessarily see the ship. Unless, I don't know.
Oh, actually, she might not know, because I think you guys just said, like, oh yeah, we have a means of transport.
Yeah.
If you
So
remember,
she actually might not
No.
know.
you
He
told
just
her,
knows.
you told her that you guys had an airship, and then you got on this ship and teleported, and then waited until it was reasonable that your airship would have flown here.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did do that.
Yep.
So you guys did kind of intentionally make it to where if On did not know that there would be reasons, that you wouldn't be sending up flags for them to be like, hey, how did they get there that fast?
At this point,
But-
she can know. What's, whatever.
Well, but hold up. Have you seen the gold value of Superstition's End?
What's the superstitions in among friends?
Do you think she cares about that little amount of gold?
Little?
Well, no, but like it's not like there's that many of these things floating around. Like it's not valuable for like its gold value per se, but like
Aegis has already been on the ship. We've been seen by so many
yeah, but
people
like
everywhere.
he's not. Hang on, but he's not. Aegis isn't her lackey. He's just helping her out. And then also, it seems like from the last we heard of him, like he's buggered off, like to do his own thing.
At this point, there's like a million other ways she can find out. I'd rather, not keep hiding secrets, I think.
I don't know how quickly gossip gets around court, but I will note that the third of this ship has been in On's court.
Oh
Does the third of this ship know that you all have the ship?
no. As far as we're aware, no.
Correct. Yeah, as far as you guys are aware, he doesn't know that you guys have the ship.
I mean, I don't care. I don't care. I just wanted to know if you guys care.
I don't care.
I would not be making. So for me, just to be clear about this, I want it to be a decision that the group makes intentionally, right? Like I don't want this to be a gotcha. If this is a thing that from what you guys have right now, there has not been a time that it is very obvious that someone from Coeur de Song has been aboard the ship and knows that you guys have the ship. If you let her come aboard the ship, then it is going to be a time where someone from the Coeur de Song knows that you guys have it. Whether everyone else knows immediately is a separate story, but at least Marie de Song will know. And from what you know, she probably won't keep that from Ferno, and Ferno definitely won't keep that from On.
Yeah, so it's gonna get back to her.
So alternately, we could spin somewhere else on the Reach and tell her to meet us there.
That is true. We don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to get her onto the ship, but we can
We
still
just-
get her to come to us.
But we have to be at a spin disc though.
Right.
Yeah, but like there's one at Three Trees. We could spin to Three Trees.
Yeah, there. You know the locate. You know the coordinates basically to spend to Three Trees, and
We
you
know
can
the
spend
IP.
you can spend to either Three Trees or Hardhome. Those are two ones that you know that have spin discs that would be friendly towards you that are in the Reach.
Hardhome has a bit more politics about it than Three Trees. Three Trees is like objectively they just really like us.
If we're gonna spin, why don't we just spin to court then? Like it seems silly.
Because there's like a vampire war brewing, like in the middle of court.
I don't know. If we can prevent people from spinning to the ship, like allow them once and then turn it back off, then yeah, it's gonna get around that we have the ship. I don't see a problem just bringing them to the ship.
You reckon just let them on?
Yeah.
What does everyone else think? Captain?
Yeah, I think Josh is the only one who has not spoken.
I don't have any familiarity with the vampire court, so I have no reason to trust them.
I mean, Griffel just inherently doesn't trust them because they're undead. So
Well, then let's just have her meet us in Three Trees.
Is that the plan?
Sure.
Rock?
It's gonna raise other questions, but sure. What could go wrong?
The motto of our party.
Yeah, she's gonna be like,
The
"Why
answer
am I
is
in the middle of the woods? Why is it so green here?
We've been
There's-
tasked with investigating the Reach, and so
There's
we've
guards at that specific. There's like extra guards at that specific house over there.
there's a Narsenhar lurking
Yeah.
in his wake.
I mean, whatever. I'm not picky.
I mean, you guys have 4 options, so I'm going to put 4 options down, and then you guys can give me your opinions.
Well, I think. Shit, sorry. Hope you guys didn't hear that.
You fart?
No, I just
Okay.
dropped like a big box and it made a loud noise.
So those seem to be the 4 options. So you can spend to Hardhome, spend to Three Trees, let her spend to you, or you spend to her. Like those seem to be the 4 options that are the most.
Why
reasonable.
I didn't hear Hardhome. What was the reason for that one?
Those are the only 2 spin discs that you know in the Reach that you guys have the coordinates.
Got it. Okay.
Because, like, for example,
that doesn't
Emmett's
make sense
Rest.
to go to Hardhome.
Emmett's Rest doesn't have a spin disc, so you can't spin there. Wormhole probably has a spin disc, but you've not been there, so you don't know the address. Okay, so it does seem like the plan is to spin to Three Trees.
We finally made a choice, guys. It's only been an hour and a half.
Gary, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I need to pull up a different map.
Unfortunately, in the time of deliberation.
So you send back the location, and you guys spin to Three Trees. DM is
Hopefully
gonna,
we beat her there.
you can pretty reasonably wait to Like spin first, then complete descending. Where is this? Okay.
We show up in Three Trees and we're just like, hey guys, we are appropriating this location as a temporary workspace.
Right? Don't blow the cover that we like just arrived. Pretend we've been here a while.
How's the kid? You know, that kid that we saved. You know, the kid of one of the Lords of Three Trees. You know, the kid who was going to die that we saved. Just, how's that kid?
You know, the poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. So the spin disc in Three Trees is actually in the council chambers of the three lords, the three quote unquote trees of Three Trees. So I just have on here. I don't have an image for the interior of this area, although your characters have been here before. So it takes a couple of seconds for the spin to lock on. Once it does, the spin opens up and you guys find yourself in a room that feels very similar to where you spun for Hardhome, but it's not as fortified. So when you guys spun into Hardhome, you guys were in this sort of barricaded stone room, basically in a kill box with archers and things hidden behind arrow slits on every side. That is the feeling you get when you spin to Three Trees. But it's not as like fortified and built. It's not made of stone. The building is made out of wood, but as you step out of the spin, you see several guards turn towards you, and some of them like half pull a weapon. One of them spins her hand slightly, and you see a small fire elemental appear next to her, and everyone immediately is on guard, as there's now like a dozen people in this room. What do you guys do?
We're known to Lord Stonetree. Tell him the people who saved his child have returned.
Do you want to give me some sort of like a diplomacy check to go with that?
Sure. Where am I? Oh, no.
You probably have to drag
I'm
it.
here. Here we go.
Oh no, the guys are down. There you
Oh! No. It's unfortunate.
So the woman that summoned the little fire elemental draws on her fire elemental, and you see sort of flames wrap around her arm, and she points at you and says, "If you're friends of the Stone Tree, what is the passcode for our portal?"
I'll speak up and say, the last time we were here, we came by airship. You may remember the airship in the sky. That was us. And we just came as a meeting ground for a friend.
So you say that, and you see her face kind of turn dark. You see several of the other kind of guards in the room look at each other. One of them whispers to the other, "They say they're from the airship. Should we take him to the Lord?" You can tell there's this sort of air of tension in the room as they do not know what to do about this information.
If you'll allow it, we're actually just meeting a friend for a quick discussion. We do not need to see the Lord at this time.
So that's what the guy said, if you didn't hear me kind of whispering it into the mic.
Yep. Did you hear my reply as well or not?
Sorry, I was typing.
No problem. So I said, we're actually just trying to meet up with a friend for a quick discussion. We do not need to see the Lord at this time. Would you permit us to use this room for a discussion with a friend who is about to spin in as well?
So you see the kind of weird discomfort around the room. And then the woman who's kind of holding the fire pointed at you, says, where are you from? Do you not know what's happening?
No, we have been, well, we have been adventuring. We have not been in a city for several days.
So as you say this, and you're like, I'm not sure what's going on, someone who's sitting on the ground next to the woman with the fire elemental, who's sitting back against the wall in sort of a meditative state, opens their eyes, and you see there's like glaze, like there's nothing in their eyes, and they say, "Another one is incoming. No life detected." The woman looks down at the person next to her, looks up at you, and says, "If you're supposed to be friends of the Lord, stand aside." Basically asking you to get out of the middle of the room.
I'll get out of the middle of the room, but I'll say, our friend who is coming is from the vampire court.
So the person next to us said, "No life detected." You see everyone who's kind of gathered around is getting ready. Bows are being drawn, weapons gone, spells are being started to cast. They're going to attack when the spin comes down.
I'll say again, our friend who is coming is a vampire of the court. Please do not attack.
Hook me up with that diplomacy. $31 is a hell of a check. So they, you can see there's this sort of like wave of uncertainty going over, whispering off to the side. If they're from the courts, are they allies? And then another person says, he's got the marking on him. Maybe they are from the courts. Another person kind of shushes them. You see, after a second, the spin opens up and then it sort of bulges as this enormous earth elemental fills the center of the room, coming out of the spin disc. And then as soon as it's about half formed, everyone in this circle unleashes hell. There's spells, arrows, just everything flooding to the center of the room, destroying the earth elemental before it can fully form out of the teleport.
What have we done, guys?
Was not our friend.
So the earth elemental, as it's fading, you can see bits and pieces of it are going through the edges of the spin, and it's being like partially re-teleported back to where it was. And the spin disc kind of fails again, and then the man sitting on the floor looks up again, says the exact same thing. Another incoming. No life force detected.
So hold up, we haven't sent Marie the directions yet, have we?
You have. The assumption is that you guys have sent other directions now.
I thought we were going to wait until we were like there before we sent.
You could do that if you wanted to, yeah. Do you guys think that would have made more sense for you to get there first and then send the directions?
Possibly. I would have changed what I said, though, because then I would have assumed that what was coming through wasn't our friend.
Yeah.
Does any part of the elemental remain on this side of the spin disc?
You can see some binding markings and things from the elemental. There's some stuff written in Primordial on the bindings of the elemental if you want.
Yeah, do I recognize it?
So you go, spin over one of the arms, and you see an enchantment of a Church of the Elements Enforcer.
Oh, shit.
That's like a shock trooper for the Church of the Elements.
So I'll turn back to the first guard that spoke and say, why is the Church of the Elements attacking?
She kind of looks back and forth. We don't know. We don't know if they're really attacking yet. But I think they're just trying to throw around their weight. Their ships. We can see them to the west.
I thought Aegis was supposed to be protecting this area.
Do I know anything about how the Church of the Elements typically begins land invasions?
usually you send elementals through to sort of scout or get the place kind of ready and then send actual troops. Elementals are used not only as sort of like frontline troops, but also to like test defenses and stuff. What are you going to do?
So, sorry. Are we assuming that we had already pinged Marie and she's on her way?
The assumption is that you've not done that, correct?
All right, so we've changed that? Okay. So then I
So-
wouldn't
Yeah,
have said
I think
the thing
well,
about the friend,
thanks.
though.
I think it would make more sense for us to have not. Yeah.
So you're going to need to send fairly soon because you need to do the response, right? The response to send back to Marie needs to happen within a few minutes of the initial sending.
Yeah, I mean, I would think as soon as we came through and resolved that we weren't about to get shot, we would send it.
So it's probably been sent now.
So I think the church is attacking Three Trees because they knew the Superstition's End was here.
That's my thought as well.
So they are actively looking for the Superstition's End in the Reach.
Yay!
You do sending to Marie. After a couple of like kind of harsh moments, a couple people are kind of waiting for you to do things. They see Morin look at the thing and kind of seem to be talking to them about the church. You can tell that they're uneasy, like they don't really know what to do about you. You can also sense that from several people in the room, maybe none of them recognize you, but you guys are like full-fledged adventurers that have multiple magical items on you. You don't look like something that they really want to take right now.
Good.
So they just don't know what to do. Like,
Okay. What was the name of the? Did like Lord and Lady Stonetree ever give their kid a name?
yes. And the DM totally knows where that is. I have that written down. I don't know what it is at the moment.
Okay,
Sorry.
I just want to say, like, because, like, who else would know the name, right? So I basically just want to say to them, like, hey, look, we're the people who rescued, like, baby,
Well,
the
so-
baby's name.
Before you do, if they are being attacked because of us, maybe we don't? I don't know. This is really weird,
Maybe we
guys.
don't want them to know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think we have this conversation with Marie.
So what I
That's quick.
imagine is happening right now is basically the guards are standing here. They just destroyed one of the earth elementals. And the guards can tell that this group of adventurers is standing here having this like telepathic conversation, right? Because people that are familiar with telepathy can see when other people are doing it. And they're kind of whispering to each other. So it's like the guards are like, all right, they're talking, they're doing something. The fuck? And you guys are kind of sending mental back and forth to each other. All right, what's the plan?
So I'll look at them and I'll say, we do have a friend inbound from the court. Please allow them to pass. In the meantime, we will help protect the portal. Or the spin discs.
I think we're going to want to have this conversation with Marie as quickly as possible and then get out back to our ship.
We might want to talk to Lord Stonetree before we leave and see what's actually happening. But yeah, we should deal with Marie first.
So as you guys are kind of having this conversation inside, the guards are looking there. You see the guy say again, another incoming person, no life detected. And then the spin starts up and you see this ball of electricity inside of the spin. And at first it looks like there's another elemental, that there's some sort of lightning elemental or something like that, an air elemental that's inside of it. But then the lightning turns black and you see this weird sort of rending, swirling darkness come out of the electricity and then coalesce into a person that's standing in the middle as the thing comes back down. And you see Marie Desang, who's standing there, and she has that little gladius drawn. And you can tell it's the same person, but she looks a little different. Her stance is more tense. She's like, she doesn't really look human anymore. Actually, I had this on a different page. Let me see if I can show this to you. To make my life easier, I'm just going to pull it back to the page that I thought you were just going to have this thing on and make it go here and show you the two pictures of Marie. So on the left is what Marie de Sang looked like when you first encountered her. On the right is what she looks like when she comes out of the spin. On the left, she could more or less pass for human. On the right, there's just blackness where her eyes should be. She is gaunt. She's a little bit taller than you think she should be. And she has this almost like bestial aura around her. And this sort of cloak of darkness that she holds tightly to her. And she's not in normal sort of leathers. So she's in sort of like she's the Beastmaster for Lord Ferneau. She was in sort of like working leathers. She had like a knife on her, but it was a hunting knife. That's not what she looks like now. She's wearing this black leather armor with enchantments and stuff on it. She glows with magic as she comes out of the spin. The people around the edges do not attack her.
Cool.
So she looks around the room, kind of stares down some of the people that are pointing weapons at her, and a couple of them, like, as soon as she looks at them, they just lower their weapons. The woman with the fire elemental lets the fire flow from her back to the elemental, and then she turns around to look towards you. Looks at each of your faces really quickly, and then who was doing the sending? One, were you doing the sendings previously, or was Phil?
I would say I was doing the last few.
She looks at you. These individuals, are they needed for this court matter?
No, they are innocent bystanders.
She turns back to the woman with the fire elemental. You seem to be leading them. You are dismissed. Several of the people around the room are just like confused for a second. And you can tell there's this like moment of hesitation. And then Marie says, you can choose to leave here alive or dead. I need to speak with my people. At that, you see a couple of people start to edge away towards the doors.
I'll turn to the people and say, we'll watch the portal while you're gone.
So Marie steps out of the spin disc, kind of kicks aside a piece of the earth elemental that isn't fully broken apart yet, because it's slowly dissipating, being basically pushed back through the planes back to the plane of Earth. And she looks around. They're having trouble here. This thing needs to be secured for us to speak privately.
Yes, I think that would be best.
She mutters something in Vampiric and gestures towards the spin disc, and you see a void enter in the middle of the spin disc. And then you can tell from the energies of the spin disc that normally there's like a faint magical feel from them. Even when they're not active, you can feel it's a magic item. You don't feel any magic from the spin disc with that void in it.
Do I know what she just did?
You have no idea what the hell she just did.
Cool.
Welcome to the campaign where no one knows anything 100% of the time.
I will say though that you are adept enough at the arcane that if you want to, you can make a check to like try to figure it out. Like this is not a so like the instant knowledge. Do you know what this is? No. Can you figure it out with Arcana? It's a different question. So if you want to make an Arcana check to try to figure out what she's doing, you can probably do that.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be able to help myself from trying to check it out.
Just be like, yeah, one sec. need to dig into this a little.
My attention wanders slightly.
So while she's not using arcane magic, or if she is, she's using very, very little of it to get the job done, you can sense from the energies and how they're functioning that she just cast a ritual. She's using a ritual called Hold Portal. and it's sealing this gate shut until something breaks through the seal that she put on.
That won't look suspicious to the Church of the Elements at all.
So she looks away from you, looks back to the guard who's still standing her ground, and says, I give you my word, and that of the Kurd song, that nothing shall enter here and live. You see people are just like not sure how to react to this, and several of the guards, about half of them, sort of fade away from the room. What do you want to do?
So can we explain to her the message we got from Omen?
So after a couple of maybe 30 seconds, all the guards have gone and shut and locked the doors. You get the impression that they're basically right outside with weapons trained on the exits to this house. But none of them wanted to stay in the room with Marie. So what do you want to say to her about Omen? Because what you say is going to kind of matter a little.
Mm-hmm. Earlier today, we received a sending from Omen of Ends. He received a message that many thought was a hoax. But because of some of the background noises that Filibuster and I are familiar with as well, we believe that this message is legitimate. This is why I mentioned Court Turi. The message was from a party scouting in the Fangrove Fens from this court. They believe that they have found a dimensional anomaly caused by the adversary and required help in investigation.
And you think this adversary is Hudasang?
No, the adversary is. I'll look helplessly at the party. The adversary is sometimes called a parasite. It is greater than all of us. We do not understand it.
So you see her kind of like sneer at that, and underneath that cloth that she's wearing over her face, you see her face go sort of gaunt, almost skeletal. None from Kur Turi would dare ask Dasang for help after what they have done.
Is the Night King from Court Turi?
The Night King is head of Kur Turi, yes, and official head of the council.
We do not know when this message was sent. When was An said to have attacked? When did your conflict begin?
You were there when An announced her secession from the courts, and the courts resisted. But there is... My queen has told me that she did not commit this attack. This would be against proper everything. The heads of house do not attack one another openly. There would be no rule, no law, no order. And my queen has honor. This attack she is said to have committed, it's a ploy from one of the other houses, or something else. But it has been... You see the black, like complete darkness in her eyes fades for a second, and you see more human-looking eyes that are incredibly bloodshot. Like, for a second there, she just looks really tired. It's been a couple of days since the attack, since our queen has been framed. There are people that believe that none could do what has been done. None could strike a direct blow against the Night King, save our queen.
I know that the adversary is very powerful and wishes to sow chaos, and also is affiliated with Forerunner technology. I cannot help but think that somehow these attacks are related.
She nods very slowly. From my understanding, there's not much of psionics that my master, our queen, does not know. But you're saying there could be something else. Some other player, another adversary. You see, like, the wheels very slowly turning. Like, she looks like she's at her wit's end, and you're kind of giving her a bunch of new information.
Mhm.
Like, she's trying to take it in. She's not stupid. She's just really tired.
Mhm. Yes, we know of several other attacks that this adversary has made recently on Hardholm. There are many pieces in place that we do not understand. We do know that an attack is coming to Silverspire very soon. We do not understand what the adversary hopes to accomplish other than death and ruination.
Who is the big guy too that we fought with Bedvere?
Terminus, but we don't want to say his name.
No, but we might want to mention that as well.
Yeah.
Terminus was referred to as something else as well, right? Other
A
than a
walker.
name, a walker.
Oh,
Yeah.
Walker.
So we could mention that.
She's listening along, and she says, this is too little to go on. Maybe others know more than I do, but I would need something more, something else. If you were able to find how the attack was committed, if this adversary could be proven to be the enemy, then things could change. There could be a shift in many things. The attack, it's puzzled everyone, stumped everyone. But if you're saying this adversary is something that is unknown, maybe they're just not looking at it the right way.
Do you know of the Dark Light Leviathan?
Of course.
They are agents of the adversary, and some are powerfully psionic. We happen to have an embryo.
So she nods along.
It is connected to the Black Fens, where it seems that the adversary has a base. We could give you this embryo.
She sort of shakes her head. No, I don't. My master has me doing too many things. I can't. I could maybe arrange for something to be taken from you, yes, but not me, not now. One thing I don't understand, you say the adversary wants to sow dissent, they want to do different things, but how does blinding the Night King help?
We do not pretend to know the adversary's plans, but it seems a strike that cripples either of the great vampire houses, or both, could only sow further dissent and chaos in this world, could only weaken the position of strong leaders.
So you can tell that she's listening and paying attention. I can send this back, give this to my Baron. I don't know what to make of it, but if you are willing to take this before the court, when next we can meet, when next there's a lull in the battle, then maybe we can do something. But until then, I don't have anything that I can give you, and I'm not sure you'd survive being near me very long. If you can find out how this happened, I can give you the pieces that we know. if you can connect this attack with this adversary, with the Forerunner parasites like the Leviathans, like the Darklights, then maybe something, but there's a piece that is going to be very difficult to prove. The attack on the Night King, what is known of it is that something struck him from nowhere. There seems to be no connection, no portal, no planar energy that shows a shift. The attack came from nowhere, and it had a powerful psionic, but also a powerful divine signature. It struck him in his eye and blinded him, a wound that resists healing, and nothing can be done.
Bruh.
You
Say what
see
else would like
her
to
like
happen?
put her hand forward, and she does this sort of shadowy mask over her face, and you can see an image of a man. He looks kind of generic. It doesn't you get the impression this is not actually what the Night King looks like, but it's more like a generic man's face. And you can see she kind of puts her hand through one of the eyes and shows this slice and shows a little bright light from the slice where the eye is.
Bruh. Filibuster is having this exact reaction.
So she lets the mask fade off, and you can see her sort of like twitching in place. If you can find something, if you can give us information, it would help. It could be something that could give her a lead. You can see she's sort of like trying to maintain control, but her whole body is shaking, and she's like looking very pointedly back and forth towards each of you.
Do we want to mention the walker? I think mentioning as much as we can about all the strange activities is best.
Yeah. Okay.
So what does Filibuster think is going on? Or what Michael thinks is going on?
The Night King is connected to the at least this piece of the
So maybe we don't tell her.
army. But she, I mean, it'd be weird information. She would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense."
Maybe you should show her Baneslayer.
Well, they've seen Baneslayer, no?
No.
Or no. Do you want to? Maybe you should tell your story. Because I guess we do know what happened.
Are we okay if
You
this is a
specifically
question
where
for-
Baneslayer was not at court for your explanation. You did not include Baneslayer in the initial explanation, so people in court do not know what Baneslayer is.
I'm not worried about Baneslayer necessarily, but I
No.
would like to share that I stabbed a giant thing in the eye.
Yeah.
If
Here, can I hit the points that I'd like to share, Gary, and then we can discuss it beyond that?
Okay, go ahead.
So the things I would like to share is that we were aware of a situation in the Stormhorns that was causing massive flooding everywhere, and so we decided to go investigate. And we found the source of it was at the Stormhorns. Oh, did I say that wrong?
Stormhorns is correct.
Oh, but the storm was affecting the whole region, so we went to the Stormhorns. We encountered a planar anomaly at the Stormhorns, so we climbed the mountain, and there we saw a giant of legend, who we will name. And the giant invoked the name of one of the adversary's lieutenants, and fought him, and we assisted him. And at the end of that battle, I stabbed that lieutenant in the eye, and I think there may be a connection. Now, here, Gary, is a question. When I stabbed that beast in the eye and it switched between a bunch of different faces, would I remember each of those faces?
Probably not.
Okay.
It was like thousands of faces.
Interesting.
So this very literally then means that every person we meet who has a sliced eye is an agent of the adversary.
Well, not everyone, but it seems if they've gotten a sliced eye within the past week, maybe.
Hmm. Okay, that's Sandy. I thought it was more
And
like
are they
figurative.
necessarily an agent? We don't even know that this is true. Maybe the adversary is just infiltrating them in some way.
Also,
Well,
do we know or can we piece together the time frame, like when the attack on the Night King happened and when we fought Terminus?
she said it was a
Yes.
few
It
days
said like a
ago.
week ago.
So
They
it'd
do
be,
line up.
Yeah, definitely good to tell her all this then.
So the answer thing is the way when she gives you the timeline, when you hear what's happening and you see the wound, it's the same wound and happened at the same time as the strike on Terminus.
So I mean, we know from the fight with the beholder that everything is like they're all connected. Like the beholder was trying to telepathically communicate to everybody. So the Night King would have been one of those people that the beholder was contacting. Like, I don't think that he's an unwitting agent. I think he's
Maybe.
witting.
He is witting.
So the question is that's what Phil laid out. Hey, here's what I want to explain to Marie. Does anyone want to edit what he's going to say? Like say, oh, we don't want to tell her X, Y, or Z?
Well, I mean, I think we are under her, so it still is a court de song attacking court Turi thing.
No.
So it doesn't really help matters, but like maybe we could at least exonerate on.
Yep.
Yes, the Night King should come after us instead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like she might just say, "Great, you did it," and drag you off.
But we didn't hit him directly.
Hmm.
I think the wound in his eye says otherwise.
But okay, so let's get back to the question. What
I think the way he laid it
does-
out is good. I don't think I'd edit anything.
Yeah, I'm okay with you saying
Does
that.
does On know who the adversary is?
Yes.
Yes,
'Cause,
we've
like,
brought it up to her before.
Clearly Marie doesn't.
Right.
So
And
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Gary. Wasn't the Malediction de Song supposedly cast on the adversary at some point?
On one agent of the adversary, yes.
but it seems like everyone we've talked to about the adversary who's like a big shot is just kind of like, yeah, that's like they're just sort of annoying.
I will say that most of the people you talk to do not know who the adversary is.
Well, I know, but when we do talk to somebody who does, they're like, yeah, it's these guys who, whatever. Like we seem to be
Narsimhar
the
did
most.
not have that opinion.
did
Yeah,
Aegis have that opinion?
I think,
I don't think people were hand wavy about it most of the time.
but we've been like, the adversary is coming, the adversary is coming, and people are just like, whatever. Nobody's like, yeah, this is serious business. Let's go find the adversary.
Well, think about it like a boogeyman. Like,
So I feel
I don't know.
like Clotho and the Courts of Summer are probably diametrically opposed to the adversary.
Mhm.
It seems like Aegis is working to fight against it.
But I think it's like the adversary has kind of just been like around and not doing much. Like they've been like these Leviathan that are bad, but not like they don't have like a plan. Like I think the adversary is just starting to get a plan together. And so everybody's like, yeah, the adversary's bad, but it's not really like it doesn't have like a clear thing it's trying to do. So it's like nobody's taking it as like something that needs to like go be shut down.
This is all an allegory for fascism.
Mhm. Good people doing nothing.
So you give all this through. She listens. You see that kind of as you're getting towards the end, she's still kind of shaking a little bit. And she, near the end of the conversation, goes deathly still. And then she says, "So they were not lying. The agents of the council said they did a powerful divination and were able to say that the attack on the Night King came from Cour de Sang and her attempts to ascend and become a god."
Huh?
They were
We're under
correct.
Cour de Sang, and we're trying to make her a god. So, yeah, they're right.
Oh, is Maria aware of that part?
Aware of what part?
The god part?
Yeah, that you guys were sent here to look for divinity for the queen. Yeah,
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean, nominally she's directly above you. So the chain of command for your group basically is you guys, then Marie, then Ferno, then the queen.
Yeah.
The only sort of exception to that is the fact that the armor that you guys were given to doesn't have the signs of the baronies on it. It shows that you're directly working under On.
Yeah. And
But okay, so I just because I'd want to say back, we did not attack the Night King. We attacked a walker. Is the Night King and the walker connected?
So she shakes her head. I'm not sure what's going to matter. The Night King would never say that he was associated with one of the adversary, one of the parasites. If you're saying the Night King is one of the parasites or is working with them, that alone would cause almost as much havoc as an attack against his person. That accusation would be as bad as the war.
And what if they were waiting for an opportunity to attack anyways?
So she kind of goes from being completely still to shaking again and says, "I don't know." She closes her eyes. "There's too many things happening at once. I don't know. I don't like dealing with all of these politics and who did what. I just wish things were simpler."
Join the club.
I don't know what to do with this information, but you said that there's something else, some sort of other adversary thing happening.
Yes, the sending that we received. We learned that a party from Courtrai has discovered that the adversary has found a wild crossing in the fen. But if Courtrai is allied with the adversary, perhaps it is a trap. Although perhaps
Okay.
the Night King is the only member of the adversary.
That makes sense. Either it is a trap and is designed to get people that understand that there could be a connection between the Turi and the adversary to draw them into the open and destroy them. Or the Night King is working alone and is connected to the adversary. Or you're wrong and all of this has some other explanation. Or she licks her lips and you see kind of the bottom of the mask grow really taut as like her jaw distends slightly and she gets this, you can see is some sort of very scary looking grin under the mask, but you can only see the rough outline of it. Or their communications are disrupted as ours, and this Turi does not understand that the war is on.
What do
So
you
basically-
recommend? Oh, go ahead.
So basically, she doesn't know what the answer is, but she
Mhm.
thinks that, if you guys are correct, either this is a legit thing and the Turi is not working wholly with the adversary and is resisting them in some way, or it's a trap, or because everything is happening so fast, this war has been, a couple weeks now. Maybe the person who sent the message didn't know that the war existed yet.
Mhm. What do you recommend we do to proceed? Should we investigate? Or would it help your cause if we spoke with An or visited the court?
She waves her hand. An is disposed. She's dealing with the retaliation from Quoth-Whis. They detonated a weapon from the Forerunner, and it has caused significant damage to the baronies and to many other things. She has gone to deal with things personally. The barons themselves are out now, dealing with things in the field. I can always contact my sire, but touching his mind now, I think I would lose what little of my control I have left. When I'm away from all those that are living, I will commune with my baron. I will tell him, I'll give him the impression of what I think. I will tell him what I can before the hunger takes me. And I can't tell you what you need to do. If this is a trap, then I may be able to convince my baron to send reinforcements. But if it's not a trap, then this message is going to be, well, it needs to happen now. If they're under assault, if we don't go to their aid, but then they're Turi. She shakes her head again. I don't know. I'll spin back to the place where there's no one alive. And then I will commune with my master and tell him what you have told me. Beyond that, you just need to make sure you survive.
Very well. Then let us leave you with one last piece of information. If you can share with An, it would be best. That we have had a vision, and in this vision, in Silver Spire, one of her agents will soon be beset by the adversary. In our vision, An was able to intercept, but it was a mighty battle, and we believe that it is coming soon.
She does that thing where she goes completely still again. An agent in Silverspire? One of our forward guards? Or
She was studying an obelisk. She was discovering a connection between Forerunner speech and Relonic.
Relonic script, yeah. So deep speech. Doing the weird thing. So you see her eyes go from black to bloodshot again. Foxy. Foxy! I'm going to mute Foxy for a minute. All right, so she says, so the eyes go back to looking normal again for a second, and she gives you a much more human-ish looking expression and says, Alana, you're saying Alana's in danger. You've done a divination and seen this.
More like a divination was done to us. But yes.
You hear her whisper to herself something in Vampiric. I'll pass the message along. Is there anything else?
There's so much else.
Do we want to give her the egg? I know she would sensible to pick it up, but
Well,
Well-
we can't like hand it to her. I don't
Yeah.
think that's doable.
do we want to arrange a pickup? Or just deal with that later?
I deal with it later.
Okay.
What was the do we care do we have any reason to tell her about the swarm of Church of the Elements ships?
Feels like she's got enough on her plate, maybe.
Sure.
So she dismisses the darkness inside the spin disk, and then starts, going through the. Well, she'd probably do it the other way around. She'd start going through the ritual to activate the spin disk, and then she's going to wave her hand and have the thing go away. As she kind of moves past you guys to go to it, you can feel this like deep cold coming from her. Like standing near her loses all of your body. And you can tell that she's like pretty strongly shaking as she's making her way towards the spin disk. Any last words before she steps through and spins back to the court?
Thanks for not eating us.
Sorry, Griffle, I'm gonna unmute you. Can you try now, Griffle?
Who's that? Did it?
I feel like we need to let our ship be seen elsewhere to stop the attack. So if nobody says anything else to her, she's going to kind of step into the middle, and then after a second say, "Do you need to use this to get somewhere else?" She doesn't turn towards you or open her eyes.
We do.
Well, I'm actually wondering, like, can she seal it after she leaves?
Pretty sure that's what she was about to do.
I mean, maybe we just let her and we bring the ship over? How long will it take the ship to get here?
Quite a long time.
Dang it.
Like, memory serves, I think it's about a day and a half. Yeah, so to get 130-ish miles, it's going to take quite a while.
Yeah, then we have to.
So she says nothing. You guys say, yes, we need it. She nods. She portals away. And then after she leaves, you guys realize like just how tense being in the room with her was. Like it felt like there was a wolf with its sort of mouth over your throat the whole time she was there. That kind of only goes away once she's actually not in the room anymore.
So as soon as she leaves, I'll go and like, did they lock the door as they left, or just like leave and leave it open? If they locked, I'll knock and call that they can come back in. Otherwise, I'll open it and let them know they're able to come back in.
The guards look a little confused, but a little sheepish about what's going on here. And one of them kind of steps up and says, Are you going to see the Lord? Are you leaving?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we should talk to the Lord and maybe tell him our plan. Maybe let the ship be seen and leave. I don't know. Like, I feel like
Let the ship be seen.
Well, not here, but Griffle's idea, right? Let the ship be seen elsewhere
Yeah,
and stop the
elsewhere.
attack.
Oh, okay.
Right? So maybe we do talk to the Lord and see if that's the actual reason for the attack. If so, we definitely need to do something. I don't think we should just leave. So if everyone's okay with that, then I can say
But
yes.
if just being seen would help, why would they not be at Hardhome?
True.
Maybe they are.
Well, maybe
Right.
they are.
I mean, they know that it can teleport, so
I still think we should. Does everyone agree we should probably talk to the Lord before we leave?
About what?
Like what's actually going on?
I mean, I don't know that we can really do anything to help. Unless we can.
How long does it take the ship to actually teleport?
I can look it up again, but I think it's either 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. So it's not like we can just do it like find where their ships are, pop out, shoot a couple shots, and teleport away.
You can, but you need to use the ESAT to do that, which is much more draining on the ship. So like the normal teleport and the ESAT are two different things, right? One is an emergency teleport and the other one is a normal teleport.
What's the emergency take for power again?
It's on the handout, but kind of depends on a bunch of different situations.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I still think we need to talk to Lord Stonetree. It seems really weird to teleport here, find all this out, and leave without at least talking to him.
Oh, I'm realizing now that we should be at... We're at 5-9. That is next day.
Is anyone against talking to Lord Stonetree?
From what I've heard,
No.
4.
Sorry, both people are talking at the same time.
Was that
It would be a
was
good
it-
idea to talk to them.
I
you do
don't.
think it's a good idea?
Morin does not see value in talking to the Lord, and is concerned about leaving the ship alone when the church is actively looking for it in this area.
Well, the ship's a long way away.
Well, I'm going to put it to a vote real quick.
We could also do ascending to the Lord.
You mean a prayer?
Uh-huh. um,
So toss me a vote in chat real quick, just so I can get an idea of where people are. Because as the DM, it sounds like it's 2 people saying that we should and 3 people saying we shouldn't.
I'm really on the fence. I don't.
Why? I thought. Oh, there it is. I'm just playing.
Oh, here. Sorry. Oh, I think it's fine to talk to him real quick.
All right. So that would put 3 votes for, 3-4 votes for talking to Stonetree. So, Morin, if you're like actively against it, could you make the case for me real quick?
I'm not
Or-
actively against it. I just think it's a better idea to leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that being said, you guys step out. If you guys are going to go talk to the Lord, what do you want to do?
I'll ask the guard. Where is the Lord now? Do you know?
You can tell that like there's a moment where she's trying to figure out like whether she wants to actually tell you or not. And then says, what are you going to do if you know where he is?
I guess the better question would be, would it be best for him to come here to talk to us, or us to go to him?
That doesn't answer my question.
We wish to talk and see if we can ascertain the cause of the attack, and if we can help in any way.
So she sort of shrugs. Says, I guess we can. And then she kind of like straightens her back a little bit. Half the men guard the exits. Even if one of them comes through, don't let anything out of this building. The other half of you, she points to several people and says a few names. Come with me. We're escorting these foreigners to the Lord Stonetree. So she picks a couple of people. Some of them go to guard the entrance of the building, and the others come to guard you guys. As soon as you step away from the building and you can sort of see out a little bit, you get on those wide, what are they called? Brain. Like docks. Move you guys over to the correct map. Dude. So these walkways, right? These docks that are all over Three Trees, because it's like built right on the water. Walk along, and you can see once you're away from the buildings and the trees that are right around where the hub is. You can see way off in the distance to the west. There's about a dozen airships that are flying. You know, many colors on them. Morin, you would recognize, and so would Griffle would recognize Genasi High Towers. So there's like a half dozen of them on the distance. And you know, there's this very weird feel in the town, this uneasy air. The other thing you guys will notice as you make your way through the town is not only are there people everywhere that seem to be preparing for stuff, like people are boarding up windows and kind of getting aside, but there's crates just everywhere. There's crates that are packed. There are crates that are unpacked. You see that there are just the streets are on all sides of them have growth. There's these fruits and vegetables of all shapes and sizes, most of which look enormous. You pass like a head of cabbage that's, you know, the size of like a large watermelon instead of being normally cabbage size. You pass a watermelon that could be the size of a small car.
Are any of these larger than Filibuster?
Yes. Extra damage. But there are these enormous like fruits and vegetables, and there's just so much stuff here. And you see there are these like heavy canoes and other smaller ships that are sort of laden down with these crates, and people like docking and loading very quickly as you guys are walking through. Some of the people kind of look weirdly at this group of adventurers passing through the town, and a couple of people kind of pause what they're doing and look and stare at Filibuster and Griffle as they pass by. And you get this sort of weird kind of
Hey,
like,
look, we're famous.
They didn't stare before, right?
no.
No.
And there is this sort of wake of talk behind. Like basically feels like, you know, hundreds of rumors are springing up behind you as you're being escorted through the town. Where you get taken is actually someplace that you know. Lord Stonetree's Manor is where the lords are meeting, and specifically in the room that you guys met with the other lords, well, with one of the other lords before. So the guards take you to up front, and when you make it up front, one of the personal guards of the house sees you all and recognizes you. And then, you know, says, "Oh, by the great spirits, thankfully some good news. Please come in." And he just kind of comes up and ushers you guys into the house. The guards look a little lost by the fact that they were sending you here under guard, and then one of the house guards just kind of like welcomed you in like an old friend.
Nice. Yeah, we're hot shit here.
Kind of a big deal.
So you get ushered on inside, and you see there are 3 people. So I'm going to do this to show to players. So 2 of which you recognize, and 1 of which you do not. So Dacron Stonetree looks pretty much the exact same as you saw him last time. He looks maybe slightly more well-rested, actually. Oil on Water looks just like she looked like the first time. And then the last person is Yiggs Halftree. And Yiggs is looks like he's probably a full-blooded orc, and he's pretty big. He might even be kind of like on the upper end of orc. Maybe he's got a little bit of Goliath blood in him. And he's sitting there actually he would be wearing his armor at this point. All 3 of them gathered around the table look like they're prepped for battle. Oil on Water is clearly some sort of spellcaster. She's got magical equipment, has an implement that is laying on the table in front of her. Dacron is wearing enchanted leather armor, as well as a couple of other magical items that sort of glow as you enter the room. And Yiggs Halftree is wearing like half plate, and has a huge maul that's laying against the wall behind him. So as you kind of get ushered into the room, the 3 of them that are sitting around the table, who are very clearly arguing before you guys came in, stop arguing and then sort of Dakron stands as soon as you walk in, and he says, "By the great spirits, oh, finally something to use. Please, come in, sit yourselves." And he snaps at a couple of people. "Go, we need more refreshments. We have 5 new people to feed. Go." And he shoos people out of the room to go get food.
Are the original guards still escorting us at this point?
No, they left. They're standing outside.
Okay.
They came up assuming that there was going to be some sort of like handover, and then one of the house guards just sort of like grabbed you guys and pulled you inside and left them there standing like we were guarding something and now it's gone. And don't know what to do about it, so they're just sort of guarding the house now.
All right, so when that happens, I'll just turn to the just retcon a bit. Turn to the one, just say thank you for the escort.
Nice. So Dakron welcomes you guys and has you guys sit down. He says, "Well, I'm hoping you guys have some news, some information, something we can use. I'm sorry, I can't be as formal as I'd like, but you're welcome in my household. Thank you for being here. But times are dire, and I don't know exactly what's going on. If you have anything I can use, I would appreciate it."
So I'll just say, we actually spun here as a meeting place, a neutral point to meet a friend. And when we spun here, we saw everything that was going on and wanted to come talk to you and figure out what you knew and how to proceed.
So when you say that, you see the orc who's sort of sitting down, grunt a little bit and go, "Sounds like they don't know anything. They do be here with nothing to bring. Nobody knows anything. Nobody be knowing anything. That what be half the problem. I say just let them be here and we'll be dealing with them when they're here. Nobody be holding the reach. Never. Not ever. Definitely not be holding 3 trees. Not for long."
When did this attack start?
So Oil on Water says, "Now there's not an attack per se. We're not calling it an attack. None of the villagers are calling anything an attack yet. They haven't come into the city other than sending their elementals and scouts, and even then are only being attacked when they are provoked. We do not know their purpose for being here. They could be here under perfectly amicable needs." The lords start to argue with one another, and it's pretty clear that there's basically 3 sides here. Oil and Water is trying to calm everything, saying, "We don't know exactly what's happening. We need to relax and then speak with people when they send people that are not elementals." And then Dakron is sort of in the middle, and then Yiggs is very much on their aggressors. They're sending in elementals and people that are attacking our people. We should fight back and be ready.
Have they sent no emissary?
So Dakron sighs and says, "Not yet. Not anyone we can talk to, at least. They sent a couple of sendings telling people to lay down their arms and prepare for visits. But, well, we're people of the Reach. We don't really respond very well to that." Yiggs kind of chuckles at that and kind of wraps his knuckles on the table in agreement.
When did the first sendings start?
A couple of days ago, I think. They said that they were coming here to investigate some stolen property of the church. You see, as he says that, Oil on Water, you can see like realization go across her face, and she goes, "It's you. It's that ship they're after. Your ship." Did anyone respond to her saying that to you?
We are afraid that may be the case.
"Then this do be none of our business. Let them have their ships, or let them have their try to take it if these be fighters. But that not be something for us, not be something for the trees."
So Dakron then kind of nods to Yiggs and says, "I do owe them personal favor. And if they did have this thing through some sort of legal means, then I wouldn't give it to the church just for nothing. I'm sure they can take care of themselves, but they have a lot of soldiers. They're bringing a lot of force down to bear, and we can't really resist them. You see Yiggs kind of sit up a little bit straight at that. He says, we can't formally beat them in the field.
You should not suffer for our actions.
So telepathically, I'll ask the group. I think the best course of action would be we leave, and we tell them to just throw us under the bus. Say we came under our own guidance and left, and we have no ties to Three Trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
All right, so I'm not hearing anything against that. So I'll nod and I'll agree with Yiggs there. Yiggs, how do you say that?
Yiggs.
Yiggs. I'll say I feel we're in agreement. I think the best course of action will be for us to leave. We will spin away, and once you can talk to the church, simply tell them we came and left of our own accord and have no ties here. You guys should not suffer for us.
Lauren, do you know if the church, like, do you have a feeling for whether the church is likely to actually, like, leave people alone if they cooperate and don't know anything?
I just sent Gary a private message asking that.
It was more than just that, but let me answer that question. Actually, let me drag you down to another channel because it's gonna be much faster for me to answer it that way than typing. So I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Has anyone
all
watched
my mistakes.
yeah. Has anyone watched Star Trek Discovery?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. There's a
Like,
scene.
You have a plan?
Well, there's a scene in the show where because the ship can teleport, and they basically just teleport in and out of a battle and just keep attacking from random locations. And I'm like,
Mm.
man, if we could do that, that'd be so fun.
We can do it. It's a matter of if we should do it. And the answer is no.
Yeah, that puts it out of the physically doing something, physically being able to do something, and should we do it are very different.
But we could, like, teleport in and disable their ships. Like, just attack their...
They're all high towers, so I don't think it'll go very well.
How does a high tower work?
We're a high tower.
We
our
are a
ship
high
is
tower, but like slightly better. But they are all like, imagine a bunch of ships that are comparable to ours.
But that's what I mean, like teleport in, get everyone on the guns, quick attack, teleport out. Would be so fun. Maybe not practical even, but fun.
So, we've let the ship be seen here in it, Hardholm. So if this is happening here, it's reasonable to assume that there's something simultaneously happening at Hardholm as well. So I think what we need to do is like assuming that like Morin comes back and the answer is like yes, if the church thinks that there's no direct involvement, they'll just leave them alone. Like I don't know what we would do if the answer is actually no, like the church is going to kill anybody who.
Oh, if the answer is no,
you know.
I just think Three Trees is fucked, and we.
Unleash Narsimar.
The play, I reckon the strategy is like we let the ship be seen somewhere that there's like fuck all people.
Or we could like do
ages away.
Drock said. Well, it depends on how brave we are, but we could do like a drive-by and then teleport away. But then they would like track us. That's what I think would happen. Or maybe they couldn't track us because of the forbiddens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so we could theoretically leave Three Trees, but as soon as they come in and there's some sort of pseudo danger to a child, they're just gonna all die.
Yep.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
Narsenha's just gonna. Yeah, Narsenha's just gonna manifest, and they're all gonna die of syphilis. Like.
Syphilis.
Didn't Aegis do something as well? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he did, but he didn't tell us exactly what he did. He just said like, "Oh, it's protected now."
But these are petty human, mortal concerns. I think Aegis and Narsenhar are triggered by more god level.
I don't
I
know.
thought it was more direct, just anything directly threatening the child,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which there is not yet.
Yeah.
Bring the child to the portal room. See what happens when the first elemental comes through.
Yeah. Why don't we test this theory? What could possibly go wrong? The catchphrase of our campaign.
But didn't Narsenar say he'd like wipe out everything for 5 miles?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
something like
did.
All right, Morin, what's the news?
I think our best bet and the city's best bet is if you, and I turn to the lords of Three Trees and I say, tell them that we took the ship to Hardhome.
And then they go attack Hardhome, but Hardhome
Yeah,
can.
what? We're just
No, but
redirecting.
Hardhome definitely has defenses.
More importantly, that isn't a lie.
True.
Do they have ways of
Can they tell?
yeah.
Oh, yes. They will be able to tell.
Also, why would they? They don't know that we went to Hardhome, right? Oh, but they would do the divination thing
Mm-hmm.
that we just heard about from the.
They don't know, like the lords don't know you guys went to Hardhome, but you could tell them, and then they would know.
Mm-hmm.
So I did say that to the lords.
Yeah.
Great.
To
Good
avoid,
job,
a
everyone.
to avoid a confrontation with the church, tell them that we took the ship to Hardhome.
And one of them kind of nods, and then Dakron says, "And is this a true thing we are telling them? And will it remain true? Are you going to meet them at Hardhome?"
Yes.
So
Wait, we're gonna go to Hardhome.
So the yes is you're going to meet them at Hardhome. Do you actually intend to do that?
No.
Okay, cool. Let me do-
So do we intend for Hardhome to just fend for itself? Telepathically?
No, I suspect that Hardhome will probably tell them what they know about us.
Yeah,
And
then we got a crew from them, and we went and fucked off, basically.
But it's
Yep.
our ship now.
Yep.
And there are records of us getting a crew and leaving the area. Basically, there does not have to be any withholding of information or giving of incorrect information that would lead to
That's getting found.
Narsenhar obliterating town when he arrives.
So the so they're kind of nodding. You see Dakron kind of listens. Well, they've sent some resources here that have been lost. They might need some minor compensation, but we can manage.
Lost. No.
He
Is he referring to the elementals? Or
yeah,
is it-
elementals. They've sent out
Yeah.
elemental scouts, and they've destroyed them.
That's a choice they made.
And then he's like, "So we don't resist. We give you up, tell them everything that we know about you, and then send them to Hardhome. I guess that could work." You see the others kind of nod a little bit. You see Yiggs is very much not for this plan. So Oil and Water nods to Dakron, who looks like he sort of made the decision during this conversation. And then Yiggs kind of puffs out his chest and says, "I say they should come. They don't have champions like we do. Or if they do, I'd like to fight them. Toe to toe, they'd be interesting. We still be having a contingent of the Goliath here. They'd not be going home quite yet. I sure they'd be ready for a challenge.
warm themselves up on elementals, then they be off to fight their dragons.
You see Dacron kind of like tense up a little bit at that, and Oil on Tree just sort of rolls her eyes.
Gary, for reference, I guess for Morn for reference, how fucked up is that idea?
I do not doubt your valor and your strength in opposing what the church will send you. But the magic that protects the child of Lawrence Stonetree, you will not stand a chance against.
You see he has a strange look in his face.
Dak? Magic protecting your boy? Your girl, sorry? What be this?
You see Dacron kind of give you this exhausted look like he probably did not tell them. He kind of says, it's true. There was a problem with the birth. I know you've heard. When they came here, they helped her come into the world and gave magics to protect her, to keep her healthy, keep her safe. And powerful magics that maybe could interact poorly with elemental things. You know I don't like to deal with these elementals here. You can tell Dacron is sort of like spinning his wheels, like he's not really lying, but he's not really telling the truth either. Yiggs just sort of grumbles about it.
That magic will protect the child at all costs. If you
It is-
endanger the child by engaging in an extended conflict with the church, you will incur that penalty.
So you guys are kind of standing here talking, going back and forth. And then you can hear something happening outside, some sort of scuffle.
Well, we look outside.
Real quick, when did they say the sending started?
A couple of days ago.
A couple of days ago?
Mhm.
Okay.
So timeline-wise, several days after you guys had already left.
Mhm. Which tracks?
What?
Which kind of tracks, right? Like we
Yeah.
left, church showed up.
Yeah, the church showed up like 4 or 5 days after you guys left.
And that's roughly how long an airship would take to get there, right?
About, yeah.
So it all fits.
Mhm.
All right, so yeah,
So-
we should head outside, see what's going on.
So as you guys go, kind of going back towards the front of the house, you can hear that there's fighting happening outside. And when you open the door, you see that there is a genasi standing there in the middle of a bunch of people that are flat down on the ground and struggling against some sort of unseen force. The genasi has a halberd that is sort of crackling with lightning on the top that he's holding behind his back, and you can see with his other hand, he's doing a sort of a general press down hand motion. And he's got sort of lightning crackling around his shoulders. And he frowns and then says in this incredible booming voice,
I have business with Lord Stonetree. I do not want to fight.
I think we leave. Let Lord Stonetree talk to him.
What if we battle this guy in any way, they're just gonna give us full wrath. So I feel like we should leave.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't see a way out of this other than just leaving.
Can we get through? Like, can we just get away?
so he's standing kind of in your way. He's not really in your way. You could go around him. But like he's standing facing directly towards the front door of the manor house.
Mhm.
So like if you walk outside, which you guys are kind of in the foyer in the entryway, if you walk outside, you can kind of like go around him and kind of get out of the way. But I mean, you don't think there's really an easy way of getting out of here without like, it being obvious that you're going closer to the guy. You know what I mean?
There,
Like,
I more mean like if Lord
Is there a back
Stonetree
door?
invites him in to talk, and we just leave while that's happening.
sure. Do like an old switcheroo.
Yeah,
you could. I would say that you guys noticed this kind of like as you guys were going outside. So the guy's probably seen you, but
Oh yeah, no,
Rather than-
yeah.
No, I
I'm
don't think he's
assuming
worried
we'll see.
about seeing us. He's just sort of like he doesn't know who we are, so we just leave. We
Yeah.
skedaddle.
Yeah, we're just other guards who are gonna let him by to talk to Lord Stonetree and then
Mhm.
leave.
so Dacron will kind of go, behind you guys. And if that's what you guys are saying, he's like, yes, no, head out the back. I'll deal with him now. And he'll step out of the house and then hold up his hands as you guys are sort of skedaddling out of the back of the house. Is that the plan?
Sure.
Yeah.
So as you guys are going, you can hear the Genasi, who's still using that sort of whatever he's doing to augment his voice to make himself very loud. And he says,
I stepped through something into an ambush. How dare you ambush my people?
we do not. And then you can hear him sort of blustering and being very pissed off as you guys are going through the back of the house.
Yep.
Does that mean there's going to be a bunch of Genasi around the spin disc?
Maybe?
Don't know.
They're not actively hurting anybody, right? They're just there to talk. So, like,
Oh, but they did just get ambushed.
And are they going to let us leave?
I think we should be a little
I'm
careful
like-
as we like scope out that room before we just walk right in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys can head through the town. The way that this town is structured, right? It's a bunch of like buildings that are all close. You can see on this, right? Like on the map here.
Mhm.
This is really actually a good representation of what the buildings look like. They're just fairly tall, one story with like an attic on it. But they're really close together, right? Like they're all built on these like stilts just above the water. So it's not hard to kind of go through the back alleyways to get to the building that you guys are at without going on the street that he was on the main sort of thoroughfare. This town is full of little back alleys. As you guys go through, you can see that just outside of the building where the spin disc is, there are the guards that you've seen before that are all laying down, face down on the ground, hands behind their head, weapons off to the side. And you can see there's about a dozen Genasi that are standing guard over the sort of captured guards. Morin, now that you get a look at a bunch of them together, while some of the people that are in the church all have different kind of looks to them, these guys look a little different. I'm going to pull you down to another channel.
Oh God.
Well, Morin was right. We shouldn't have come here.
Wait, did he say Morin recognizes one of them?
He said Morin
You
sees
recognize
something
about him.
different. Yeah.
Oh.
But we should have listened to Morin and just gotten out of here. But what could go wrong?
yeah, this went great.
Best plan
know.
yet.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Almost as good as releasing the Beholder.
We know what we're doing, guys.
Mm.
So How about that local sports ball team?
It's coming home, bruv. It's coming home. I don't know. Is England winning?
I don't know.
No
I
idea.
was in a meeting the other
Wait,
day where
they lost today. It's not coming home. I felt lied to.
I was in a
You
meeting
were
where
in
they
a meeting?
stopped the meeting to so we could 100 people in a room. So we could all hear who got the penalty kick for the Netherlands game.
Were
I
you
was having like the
working
worst.
today?
No, it was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I was having like the worst 2 weeks of work ever. Like just so awful, such long days. And then one day the US was playing soccer and they won their game. And my boss came on Slack and was like, "The US won soccer." And I was like, "Motherfucker, I don't care." I'm
Nobody
working.
cares about sports ball, okay?
All right, we're back up.
Welcome back.
So there's a dozen Genasi. They're wearing nearly identical clothing to the one that you saw. The only difference is none of them have that sort of lightning halberd that the other one did. These guys all have what looks to be like a long coil of rope on one side. They have some sort of like mesh or something over their chest filled with potions. Each of them is wearing a sidearm, although they all look like they're of similar make. There are several different weapons. Some have a couple of short swords, some have a long sword, some have a flail, but they all have a very similar look to them. And each of the 12 is glowing with magic. Like they're covered in magical weapons.
So as soon as we come around the corner to see them or perceive them or something, I'm going to put out my hand to tell everyone to stop moving.
Mm-hmm.
Harry, can I tell you something?
Go ahead.
You're gonna hate it.
Okay.
This reminds me of Kylo Ren and the other dudes in Star Wars.
I don't know. I don't think I've seen.
Isn't Kylo Ren the new bad guy in the newer movies that you hate?
I've only seen one of them, so I don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
Never
I
mind.
think it's The Last Jedi. I think it's the only one I've seen. No.
Oh yeah.
Force
I don't actually think they
New
show
Order.
up in those. I know what you're saying. Don't worry about it.
I've only seen the first one of the new generation. So
Basically, like a bunch of lackeys that look like they're underlings of the big guy, basically.
No, these guys
Kind
look.
of the idea.
They look uniform, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Morin.
These are not representatives of the church.
Who
Then
are
what
they?
are they?
I have no idea.
Do you
Their
think the
eyes.
Lord is in danger?
I think it's best that we leave the city as quickly as we can.
That's fine. Do you think that it's not necessarily the church searching for us?
None of this situation makes any sense to me. That a group unaffiliated with the church would have 6 high tower airships and would communicate with 3 trees under the guise of the church.
How do you suggest
They're
we get out of
imposters.
town?
Are they pretending to be the church?
I don't know if they are pretending to be the church, if they have been sent here on behalf of the church and the church is working with an organization that I do not recognize, or if there is some other explanation.
So as you guys are kind of like paused talking, Morin, you understand what's being said. So you hear one of the people in the group talk to the other one in Primordial. So the rest of you guys can tell that something was said, and it was said sort of like a subordinate to a leader, but you have no idea what was said unless you guys speak primordial.
So more in size. They know we're here.
How would they?
They can detect our magic. They know exactly where we are.
Like we as in us, or we as in our ship?
We as in us.
And you guys are kind of behind a building. You saw them kind of took a step back, and then he heard one of them call in the clearing to the other one.
What should we do?
Yes or no? Do we run or do we fight?
You're the rough one.
I say we leave.
I say we run.
I'm good with that.
So is that the plan? Run?
Yeah.
Yup.
All right. So you guys take off. And as soon as you guys bolt, we're going to kind of enter into a skill challenge of okay.
Can the ship teleport without us on it?
I
No.
was wondering that.
Okay.
No. Pilot needs to be aboard to be able to teleport. So toss me initiative, please.
Classic.
Griff was going first in the second round.
Dang, look at that crit.
Wow. Y'all crit an initiative when
Oh, I got a 4.
When it-
Don't say all.
I'm just going to use Syl as the end of the round marker. All right, they're all there. All right, so 1. The goal is get away from them. So what do you want to do?
Yeah. Are they like they're just around the corner from a building from us?
Yeah, so you guys are like behind a building, and then on the other side of the building, there's a clearing, and then there's the building with the spin discs in it. And they are in the clearing, kind of in front of the door that the other guards were guarding previously.
So it's gonna be like seconds before they reach us.
It's going to be
Or-
pretty quick. But I mean, if you guys move and they move, as long as you're relatively the same speed, you might be able to lose them somehow. It's kind of how you guys are. I mean, the group can also decide before we get to initiative, like, how are you planning to get away from them? Are you trying to just lose them in the city? Are you trying to, get to somewhere specific? Are you trying to draw them away from the house and then double back and use the spin? Like, what do you want to do?
Mhm. 'Cause I have portal jump, but it takes a minute to cast. So I wonder if we could use that in some creative way. But
I would say probably, but you need to get some distance first.
okay. So I will edge away and I will use the daily power on my shadow dance armor, which makes my space and all adjacent squares become dark. So I'll try to obfuscate us.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, was typing more and ask a question, but an answer. So, apologies, I was typing and not listening. Could you repeat?
Oh. Yeah. So my shadow dance armor has a daily power to make the area around me dim or dark.
Okay.
So I think I would like move away and try to get into the shadows and then use that power.
Sounds good. I move 1 3 squares. Yeah, and it's dim light, so you be able to make it dark around you.
Cool.
Is the plan to make a stealth check? Is again, what's the group's goal here? Is the group's goal to just kind of vanish? Because one of them, from what Morin said, like they can detect magic. So how are you getting away from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to like, I don't know, lose them first and then spin away. They're never gonna leave that spin disc though. What do you guys think?
Is there another spin disc in the city?
No, this is the only one in the city.
I think right now the
Most-
focus needs to just be getting away from them.
But if they can detect our magic, like, is there any way to hide that? No.
Part of me is
Immediately, no. Like long term, yeah, there's ways to hide your signature, but nothing you can whip up right here with no prep.
Mhm.
part of me is wondering if they just think we were about to attack, and if we start leaving, they might not abandon their post. So if we can get far enough away and see what they do, it gives us an indication what to do next.
Is that the plan? Also, Morin, did you get my message?
I did. I don't recognize that name. Could you tell me what that thing is?
Do you recognize that now?
It sounds really familiar, but I can't put my finger on it.
Ask the group.
Oh. Okay, so it is. So the answer to my question was it's the second.
Well, not anymore. She's part of the Dragon's Claw now.
Yeah, but that was the army that she was in.
Previously, before that, yes.
Oh, okay. Well then you answering okay. That answer to the question changes what I would have told the party.
Okay.
Because I would have recognized that.
Yes.
You guys ready for a big retcon?
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably not a retcon.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Probably, but like as you guys are trying to scatter, you're like, wait a minute, hang on.
Yeah, these are Aegis's troops.
Oh,
Oh.
well, why are they being
Wait,
so violent?
They're not.
Oh,
They haven't hurt anyone.
They came through a spin portal to protect the town like we asked them to, and the town attacked them.
oh.
Because they have terrible timing and arrived at the same time as the Church of the Elements.
Oh, so that is the Church of the Elements.
Oh. Well, let's go clear this up.
Okay.
And I asked Gary if Legionnaire, which was how they referred to themselves,
Hmm.
was the name of the army or the title in the army that the Captain of the Golden Lion was in.
I thought he meant like the Dragon's Claw, like the people
Yeah,
from the
sorry.
outside of the
No, I
Legion.
meant because she was retired from serving in Aegis's army, right?
Yeah, she
Correct.
had, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you asked, is she part of either the Imperium? Is that something in the Imperium or something from the Golden Lion? And I was like, neither of those things. But yes,
Okay, so are the airships with these guys? Well, we don't know. Never mind. I'm gonna
No.
shut up.
So the markings that I saw on the airships were definitely the Church of the Elements.
100%
And we also know that they are receiving sendings from the Church of the Elements.
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
But these guys are here to protect. Oh, good. Good, good.
These are here on behalf of Aegis.
And so the guy who was at Lord Stonetree's house is also
He had a
Part of
matching
Aegis.
uniform, right?
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
So, okay. So with that being said, I will step out, let them see me, and say, "We're friends of Aegis. We mean you no harm."
So you can see, hands on weapons, everyone's sort of standing in quote unquote at ease, but like soldiers at ease, like they're ready for violence, but not trying to be intimidating.
The illusion drops and they're all agents of the adversary.
One of them steps forward and says, "You are knowing a name that you should not be knowing, but maybe that it means you are who you say you are." He kind of looks and then he looks over his shoulder and then says something in Primordial to the woman that spoke initially. So this guy seems to be in command of this little group and speaks to the woman behind him. And she steps up. You can feel sort of her sending her senses out. So that sort of detect magic feel of like her pressing her senses against your body. And then she nods back and says, "Oh, yes, sorry for the confusion. I couldn't properly sense them through the building, sir." And he shakes his head. "Nothing to be sorry for. So, you recognize their signatures?" She nods.
So I'll say to the Legionnaire in Primordial that we know that they were sent here to protect the child. And they were sent here at our request of Aegis.
He says back in Primordial, "And it seems we're sent here at the right time. There's some sort of bullshit happening in the city. I think it's under siege, maybe? Nobody said anything. Everyone just started attacking when we spun through."
Poor timing.
The church believes that members of the town know where a stolen airship has been taken, and they are demanding information from the town.
He nods. "And would these church peoples conflict with our mission to protect this child?"
We would hope not.
I don't believe so. The people of this town don't know enough for the church to put the child in any danger.
Lord Stonetree should be able to direct the church to the last known whereabouts of the airship, which should de-escalate the situation.
He gives a big grin, and then he says, "Good. De-escalating situations is my favorite kind. Lots more drinking in that case. All right." And he turns back, snaps out a few commands in Primordial, and people sort of like go from being at ease, ready to fight, to actually chilling out a little bit. And yeah, do you guys want to wait here a little bit, or is it kind of cool? We'll be on our way.
Yeah, we'll be on our way.
Yep.
Should we do a quick sending to Lord Stonetree and say the Legionnaire are here on our behalf?
It's 5 minutes.
They're going to explain.
Okay, it'll be fine. We'll just leave. Let's get out of here
enough.
before more shit happens. I'm done with the roller coaster today.
It has actually been a roller coaster today.
It is ridiculous. And I love that there was a miscommunication and like the Legionnaire, and we thought we were in like trouble and then not. But holy cow, I thought we were all gonna die again.
I mean, only one of us has died.
Yeah, and he was already dead once. It's no big deal.
So you guys go in, activate the spin disc. When you walk into the room, one of the Legionaries is in there who has a bunch of stuff on their chest. Like not just the other ones that have like the net with the potions. This guy has just a whole wall of scrolls on his chest and is kind of flipping a scroll in his hand back and forth rather than a weapon when you guys come in. He looks past you, sees the guy outside say, "They're all right." And then he shrugs, he waves a hand, and some sort of pressure around the portal goes away.
Thank
So you guys go and stay away.
Fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
So you guys spin back to your ship. And, you know, when you come out, the crew is a little surprised to see you after the whole discussion about, you know, you guys are flying to Three Trees and it's going to be, you guys are going to be gone for a while. You guys were gone for like 5 minutes. Well, more, you guys were gone for like 30 minutes, but still not long.
Yes. Change of plan, people.
Third time.
We know what we're doing. Trust us.
Griffle.
So we're not going to court, right?
Are we just going to check out the thing?
Well, so
I think.
Griffle, can our ship? Are you confident in our ship's ability to detect the ships at Three Trees without them detecting us?
Fairly confident, yes. The Forbidden prevents people from scrying us, at least.
Our beacon will not be able to be detected even if it detects them.
I'm fairly confident, but not certain.
Basically, the distance matters.
How much distance?
So your ship can sense them from about 50 miles away, and they can sense you from probably about 10, 15, depending on how powerful their beacon is.
All right.
Which side of Three Trees were those ships on, though?
The west.
The west side. So
Yeah,
here.
coming from the northwest. Basically, where the arrow is pointing is where the ships are coming from.
Okay. So I'd say we still play it safe and teleport to the. Well, I guess if there's an interference, I was thinking the south of the yellow dot.
So, for example, if you successfully teleported to, say, there, where the arrow is now, assuming the fleet is there, you would, again, assuming a successful teleport and you get exactly where you're intending to go, you'd probably teleport within range of the ships. If this is what you're trying to do, Morin, you probably teleport within range of their ships without them being able to sense you.
I just wanted to make sure that if we were investigating the ship, they're not going to scan us.
Yeah, they're not going to be within range of the location and the fence. Like, your ship can't sense them from that far away, and there's no way they have a beacon as powerful as yours. So is that the plan? Is teleport to that location?
Yes.
Sure.
Sorry, Gary.
I still
That's fine.
kind of think we should do ascending with Lord Stonetree and just make sure everything's cool.
I think he's fine.
I think we could do ascending and just say, like, let us know when the Genasi leave. Or when the
The
church
church.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Morin's a Genasi. He already left, so we know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that and they have a whole troop of Genasi protecting them. So
That'd be too obvious.
Whoever normally pilots, I think it's Griffle. Is it your check that we use, or is it one's?
My
She's
It's
the one that
ones,
aims-
because it's Arcana.
One aims the teleport. Go ahead. It's 14, I think. Yes.
we add 14 to that, yeah.
Oh yeah. You can get exactly where you'd like to be. Move the ship to where you want it to be.
Where exactly do we want it to be?
I was thinking somewhere south of that
Going
yellow dot.
to-
What if the Witch of Fangrove is of the adversary, and the witch lives in Hazelborn, and the ship
I
landed in
know.
Hazelborn?
I was
You wanna
thinking
be,
like
like,
near
here?
the F of Fangrove Fen.
which one?
The
The
first
first.
F. Yeah, good point.
I'm sorry.
Brain.
Sorry, Druck.
No, okay. You're right. You're
That's
right.
still 15. That's still 15, 20 miles. So I think that's perfect.
So you go through. The teleport goes through flawlessly. You guys appear above the Fangor Fen, and there's no distortion. The distortion that you were sort of worried about or sensing when you got the feeling of you're coming out of the teleport, there was that moment of expecting like that thing that you felt when you tried to teleport into the Baronies. You don't feel that here. And as you come out of the teleports and all of your sensors come back online, the sensors light up with something in front of you. To your north and west, there is this streak on your sensors, just like a line of glowing energy that you can't see with your eyes, but your sensors show that there's some sort of beam in front of you.
Beam.
But it would be
like
visible
like
if
a
it
pillar
were,
type beam, like
if
from
it were
out
there.
of the sky.
Could we see it, Gary?
So from the way the ship is giving you the thing, I mean, if it's gonna, or the display shows, it should be something you can see. It's like at about a 45-degree angle going up from the ground all the way off your radar sense. So like starting at a couple of miles, or 10 miles away to 40 miles away, you see this slash in your sensors that goes all the way through your sensors, like blindingly bright.
Wait, so would we infer that it's going from the green dot to the top of the storm horn?
Going like this. And by 45
Oh.
degrees, I mean it's going like off of the ground, like it goes into space.
Yes. It makes a 45-degree angle with the ground.
Correct.
Yes. What is it?
Don't know.
Damn. Both of my work.
Identify.
Enhance.
Enhance.
What? So like these sensors, like what is it that they sense?
Normally they sense other beacons, and that kind of looks like a beacon, except it's a line instead of being like a beacon with
node.
markings, it being another ship.
It's like beacons are Forerunner technology. So are
Yep.
the world ships.
Yep.
Is there a world
So
ship buried
it's-
underneath the reach?
Well, we
Yeah,
think
and it's
that
some
there
kind of
is.
modified. Maybe it's like a modified beacon or something.
Can Plucky
Well,
interact
we've
with it?
not been to Prosperity with the ship. I wonder if we'd see a similar phenomena with that.
Could this
Well,
be like where they launched a weapon and it's like the trail of the weapon?
I mean, the sending that we got, I've lost the exact text of, but it was along the lines of,
It could be like a, yeah,
Oh.
it's like a portal.
wait. Okay. So there's a detonation of a Forerunner weapon causing issues with the Barony's defenses, and then we also got that the Night King's court, they're the ones who said that the adversary had like found some weapon here. Yeah, thank you.
So the ship starts to head that direction. And as you get closer, for everybody else, there's no feeling of like weirdness other than just like the anticipation that there's something ahead. For Griffle, it's really eerie that in your head, you have this sort of warning sign that you're approaching something. There's this brilliant kind of bright golden streak across your sensors, but your eyes don't see anything. Like there's nothing there. There's woods and some water down below. It's this unending expanse of marshland. But it's very easy to go to where that line touches the ground. It's kind of hard to ignore. What do you want to do?
Gary, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess I don't have a visualization, but can I? There, you said the air looks kind of like it's warped a little bit, or no?
No.
Oh, okay. There's
There's
no.
like nothing there. There's no visual disturbance whatsoever.
Yeah, there's nothing visually there. The only thing you can
I
see is
take
on
a-
the sensor, which is extra problematic.
Okay, so like, can I, like, am I in like throwing distance? If I take a pebble out of my pocket, it's like Griffle carries around a bunch of like, little knickknacks and cool looking stones and stuff because I'm a nerd. Can I like yeet a stone? Am I close enough to do that?
If you wanted to do something like that, you would want to get off of the ship.
Right.
Like, so if the group wants to go down to the surface, you could do that, or you could land the ship, I guess. But
And there's no like visible structures. There's nothing like, it's just trees and marsh and forest and water and stuff, right?
you can see down by the base there is something there, but it's
Okay.
not really a structure. It just looks like maybe some stones. It would look it wouldn't look anything special if you weren't looking at it from above. from above, you can tell that it's nearly a perfect circle, and it's slightly sunken into the ground. I'm going
I
to
want
move
to
this.
modify the beacon scan
Uh-oh.
to project it like downwards into the ground the same way that we did at Lake Obai, where it was like instead of scanning like a very wide bubble around us, I want to like focus in on directly like below us and see if we can penetrate underground further with the scan.
Okay. Give me a dungeoneering check. You're going to know whether you succeed or fail, so
Sure.
you make the check for me.
Don't have my token out. Alright.
Apologies.
It's dragged me out.
There you go. So you
Okay.
squish the sensors, you send it straight down. It doesn't go very far, and it doesn't get very deep before it basically gets to maximum sensor range. The ground is pretty solid. There's there's pockets of like underground rivers and things, creeks and things that are underneath that make it go a little bit further. But the ground is pretty unremarkable from the perspective of the beacon, and it does look like whatever happened here starts right at ground level. Like that marking, that beam that you can see in your head starts at the ground, and specifically starts at this circle.
Okay.
It doesn't continue underground?
It does not.
Okay.
That's probably
Is
the
it-
wild
well-
portal.
I would also say
Ooh.
with a 20, you'd be able to sense that there is something very small. Like if you didn't focus the perceptions of the thing to just this one spot, there's no way you'd sense it. And even with it at the most, you're like right above it, pointing the laser, the sensor directly on it, you can only barely see that there's some little blip of something off to one side of that circle.
Oh. Guess we need to investigate what that is. All right, team. Are we ready to gear up for another expedition?
All that's running through my head is Finding Nemo. I touched the blip.
Nemo touched the butt.
So, how wide is this hole, Gary? It's not to scale here, I bet.
It is to scale. So actually that is
Oh,
pretty close. It's about 40 feet
8
across.
feet. Oh, okay.
So we can't fly the ship through it, yeah?
Yeah, no, you cannot fly the ship through the hole in the ground. And it's not very deep. You can see that the water is maybe less than a foot. Like the water's not very clear either, so you can see stuff growing at the bottom pretty easily.
So previously,
well,
the ship has been able to scan a portal and find out where it went, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no portal here for this ship to scan, right?
Doesn't seem to be anything the ship can recognize. The only thing that the ship recognizes as something is whatever that streak of light is. So you get down, and Griffle, I assume you go to the spot off to one side where you found something? Or where the ship
Yeah,
found something?
absolutely.
So you see this. It's small, handheld, like maybe a little awkward to hold in one hand, but still possible. Actually, for you, it wouldn't be that bad at all. So someone your size could pretty easily hold this in one hand. It's looks like some sort of Forerunner tech.
Does it have the the sort of like what are they called? Well, first of all, does it have any like writing on it? Any like symbols, anything like that?
Yeah, it has a bunch of writing all along the sides and little pieces that are written over top of it.
Yeah, so that's what I was like. I was looking for like the clears, the covers that are like translations or rough translations or like.
So do you pick it up?
Yeah.
So you pick it up, looking at it, you can see that what's written on the device, which is not really clear in this picture, is there's something built into the device that looks like it's written in Forerunner tech. That very clear, sort of strange 3-line couplets that are in Forerunner writing. It's for anyone that's been in this world, you would recognize Forerunner writing. But over top of it, looks like there's some sort of clear something, like a piece of clear glass, but it doesn't feel like glass. And written on that clear stuff are what looks to be maybe translations, something that's written over top of it, a clear sleeve with writing on it telling what's below. And you can see written in kind of an hard to read but technical common are different things labeling the buttons on this device. And one of them does say play.
I'm a genius. I'm just
Gary,
waiting. I'm waiting for you to hit play and it'd be like, "This is Margot of the court Turi. The adversary, the parasites, have claimed a wild crossing."
hey, Gary,
Yes.
how wide was the base of the obelisk in the vision? About
About 30 feet. Maybe a little more.
Oh, would you say maybe a little more, like 40 feet?
Like it would fit snugly within a circle that was 40 feet across.
Okay.
Oh no. Well, let's hit play and hear our evil geniuses.
All
Okay.
right. And I know we're at the end of session. This is going to be the end of session.
Okay, I hit play.
Okay. I'm going to try to see if, just for this, my chill out for just a second. We'll see if she has any chill. I don't think so, but we'll
Go the
try.
opposite way.
I'm having the same reaction.
I need like a couple minutes, so I'll be right back. 1 second. I know it's the worst.
All I can
So
think
Philly,
is Guardians of the Galaxy cassette player and Hooked on a Feeling. That's all that's running through my head.
Philly, are you thinking there's an obelisk right there?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I think
But
that
I was asking if that's what you're thinking.
Cool. You guys ready?
That's not what I'm thinking. I'm like a weird. I'm like Alex Jones seeing right now. Extreme conspiracies.
You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
But you can hear this. It wasn't taken. But the vampire's circle failed to protect us. You found something the adversary wants to be destroyed, and you take it from us. The stain is somewhere out there. If we can counter it, that's what's important. There needs to be a name, a name. That's what matters. And if we lose it, just listen, guys. Listen and remember. Listen and remember.
Okay, well that clears things up.
Is this supposed to be? Was that Rachel reading?
No, it was not.
Oh,
But I'm
was that
glad
you?
it was me.
Okay.
They sent the text of what that is.
I thought it was like a recording or something. I don't know.
It is recording.
Oh, okay.
Well, in game, it is a recording. In real life, that was me doing it.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Spinning us somewhere else.
So you have this recording. Do you guys do anything with it?
What is the vampire circle?
Maybe the thing we're standing on.
Maybe.
Maybe. Probably not though.
They destroyed the wild crossing.
A wild crossing.
So that
Which
was
is
like
what
the
we were warned
dimensional
about.
portal.
Has anyone stepped into the circle yet?
No.
But the ship didn't detect it. And it would have.
Spinning us somewhere else unless we can counter it.
So what do you guys do with it? Do you guys like play it a couple times as you're listening to it, or like what's the?
Yeah, probably.
I feel like we would have to play it a couple of times to get the full text out of it. Yeah.
I feel like we should relay this to Marie. Can we, like, how was that sending done where they relayed, like, an entire audio clip? Can we do the same thing?
You don't know how that's done. It's not a spell that you guys have. Yes, I was a rescuer.
Ooh.
Lekesson. We've heard that before, haven't we?
Where did you hear Lekesson?
Gary just put, on the third play, you hear the name in the blank Lekesson? I might be saying it wrong. But I thought we've heard that before.
Where is that?
In the
Must have
chat.
been just to you.
He probably
That was-
just sent that just to you.
That was just to
Oh.
you.
Oh,
Spoilers.
Summer Night.
Lekesson.
Lekesson is the queen of summer.
Oh.
Lotha's mom.
Has anyone
Oh,
stepped
and there's
into the
3
circle yet?
blanks. Guys, there's 3 blanks.
In the blanks, it's Lekesson. In each of the blanks.
Lekesson.
Mm-hmm.
So she was repeating it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
She probably like couldn't say it, right?
It's probably a forbiddance, maybe?
It is.
Or-
but you can
definitely,
hear it.
But I can hear it.
'cause he's
Because
got
you're a
the
summer
Summer
night.
magic.
Yeah.
Ah.
After you're talking about this, when he says that there's a name, you can hear it say Lekesson, Lekesson, Lekesson. You play the sound again. This time, there's no distortion, no void where there should have been something else. You can hear the name clearly, all of you. Lekesson uttered 3 times.
Again, has anyone stepped into the circle?
Nope.
Well, that's the end of session for today. So
Yeah, don't step in the circle today. If you want to do an
I
next
want to
session,
step. I want to step in the circle.
I
I like when
need-
Gary ends on a big reveal.
I need a break from the ups and downs. No stepping in the circle today.
Huh.
That was cool. I don't know how you always manage to end on a cliffhanger, but it's great.
Yeah.
for you guys, this is a question for the players. Do you guys understand what's happening here?
Nope.
I mean, there was a portal to the Fey to the wilds.
That they destroyed.
No, Wild Crossing is not the same as to the Feywilds, right?
I
Yeah,
thought we
a
knew.
wild crossing goes to the wilds, to the Feywild.
So
I mean, we know that the adversary wants to get Clotho, but maybe they just want to destroy anything from summer.
Sounds
in
like
our-
we figured it out.
In our vision, the forerunners that come out of the obelisk specifically say that they're trying to track down the summer child.
Yeah, they do.
now those. Wait, you can't call them Forerunners necessarily, right? Or are we assuming
Adversaries.
that Forerunners and Adversary are the same thing?
Well, we were told like the world ships, which are Forerunner technology, are from the adversary.
They speak forerunner. And as far as I know, the only things that speak forerunner are forerunners.
Missing a person on this map. Whose token's not there? Drock?
Drawing.
Daughter having a meltdown. Sorry.
At least you waited till
I
end
mean-
of session.
How many monsters pop out of the obelisk?
12, right?
11.
11.
Which we know is a number connected to the adversary.
Yeah.
As you guys are standing here talking, trying to figure out what's happening, playing this recorder again and again, you start to hear something else. Screaming, wailing, something that scratches in the inside of your head. And then as you look around, things start to twist into existence.
Oh no.
Oh, we're getting ambushed.
Forerunner
Yeah.
parasite.
Oh,
Oh, look.
they weren't
I
here.
like how neatly this map lines up.
Are those the
Um,
things from the vision?
They look similar, but not the same.
Okay.
Like maybe they're the same species, but they don't look like exactly the same.
Gotcha.
The ones in the vision were like jet black, but they were the same size as the like the blood hunt and the barbed that you see, the bigger ones.
Harry, these are just slithers from magic.
They are indeed.
Don't give
So-
away his trick.
Yeah, Griffle, in your head, you feel the ship as the weapon systems rearm.
Wait, you weren't
What?
kidding about that? It's
No.
like,
It's right there.
Ask the
Okay.
crew to start shooting.
I didn't say hold my beer for the record. That was somebody else.
yeah, that was me. That was me.
I love that we've all discovered that we can talk as the ship now, and it's become a thing.
But yeah, this will be the beginning of next session.
And that's next week,
I'm
right?
so keen.
Next week.
Next week.
Yep.
Whew.
Oh, I'm so keen.
So normally I'm not big on like, hey, this is what would have like peeling back the curtain so immediately. But that was really fun for me. like, okay, here's what's going on. And you go, all right, here's the assumptions we're making about the situation. And then like a couple of checks or a couple of discussions. Okay, completely new set of assumptions.
Oh my god, the whole session was back and forth. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Right?
That was so much fun for me. Because like every time you guys were switching gears, you're like, oh no. Hang on. We knew what was going on a minute ago. New information. Now we know exactly what's going on now.
Okay, when you said the man lost his eye out of nowhere, that shit was like mind blowing. I swear to God.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
And then the divination, right? The courts don't do big actions without divinations to see that it's true.
Yeah. And
Who
it's
laid the strike
technically
against the
true.
court?
Yeah.
Crazy.
A lot of our actions are coming to bear.
All in one session. Smile.
Yeah.
Why can't they be spread out?
Yep.
Why
We're
can
like-
the events not pace themselves across our lives?
Yeah.
well, to be fair, maybe they are pacing themselves across what's left of our lives.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
They're having to be fit into a very, very tight schedule.
That was fun. Yeah, because this session I was like, all right, well, if they talk to Bedvere and get certain piece of information that's going to lead them certain places, and then when you guys got the information about the White Sands, I was like, okay, so maybe they're going to go there. And you guys were like, no, we're going to do something completely different. Okay, fine, that's fine. I have the Barony stuff prepped. I had to take a second and get the Barony stuff prepped. I was like, cool, I got all the Barony stuff prepped. And you're like, yeah, about actually going to the Baronies.
It just didn't seem like
We're
a good
not
idea
gonna go there
anymore.
in the middle of a war.
We meant barren
That we started.
trees. 3 trees. Yeah.
Listen, you guys do some weird shit, so
Yeah, what did you prep for? That's the real question.
So I prepped a little bit about where you could go different places in the Reach. I prepped for talking with a couple of NPCs, including Bedvere. I did not prep for talking with Marie, but that was really fun. Especially actually I sort of did prep for talking with Marie. And then prep for if you guys decided to go to the White Sand. Or if you decided to go after the Nyogi or go after the Nothic.
I mean, I'm definitely
Ah.
interested in this shard,
So
but
Nothing
like
we
there.
did.
Are you
Doesn't
using the
seem
shard
very
as
urgent.
Are you using the shard as an implement now? One?
I I guess I should. It doesn't. I mean, it does stuff I don't understand, so I guess I haven't yet. But
Could it
Plus
misfire if you don't know what you're doing with it?
yes.
And
What could go wrong? Go for it. Let's just
We're
do
just gonna
it.
ever stop though.
And this is the battle to do it in. There's not much going on, so perfect timing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't see any problems with that at all.
Yep.
Gary, you had said that the dungeon crawl was how I would upgrade the weapon or Baneslayer, and that didn't appear to happen.
I didn't catch the first part because my daughter was.
Oh,
being
okay. You had said months ago at this point, or maybe 2 months ago, that the dungeon crawl was the way to upgrade Baneslayer again.
The way that you need to upgrade Baneslayer is to found a religion.
Found or refound?
Found or refound a religion, yes.
Yes.
That was also something that I thought you guys might do. We didn't go down that route either. So
Well, I just don't know what to do. I keep trying to nudge a little bit.
that's fine. Well, and we can talk about that as well individually, of being like, hey, what sort of things might come up with filibuster. But I was also thinking, like, right now, you have the giant, right? So Bedvere wants this to be a thing, and you guys have done some great things that have associated yourself with the Lugos. So you've got some pieces that you could build on to make something out of that.
Mhm.
But in character, you kind of need your like big shining badass champion. This is our connection to the history of the Reach, because he is that. Like, there's a lot of people that have belief in him that you could use, but not when he's broken, right? Like, you need to find a way to fix Bedvere, or you need to find some other way of rallying the people around a religion. You definitely got a city started, but you started a thing and then you left.
Yeah.
You know who heals?
And now I have Morin
people?
against me.
Who heals people?
Oh, Al.
Oh no.
I could apparently command him to do it as my second of 3 wishes.
What if you just command him to kill the adversary?
Ooh,
I like that.
good one.
Why don't you just command him to free himself, idiot?
I wish you to be free.
That's always the 3rd wish.
Okay.
Always? I believe from his perspective, the answer is it's never the 3rd wish.
Right. Only ever the 3rd wish.
Well, game is over. You guys don't have to stay. I do love chatting and talking about stuff. I can feel like the excitement from the group. So this is awesome for me too.
Super fun. I am gonna head out though. I gotta move my body around a little bit.
Yeah, it was good. I think I'm in the same boat, so I'm going to stop the recording here.
Oh, Gary,
You
what do you
guys
think
have
of
to
the
Thank you,
the
Gary.
old war changes?
Well,
Or-
of course.
Unchanges, I guess.
What's up?